bankers, a very good evening to all of you. Welcome back. So welcome to JAIIB So guys, in this particular session, we are going to start with our concept classes along with the practice. All right. So today, in this particular session, we are going to discuss an overview of Indian economy. So in our previous session, where we generally talk around the basics or the entire module wise strategy as well as PYQs. So in this particular session, we will be discussing our unit first, which is all about the introduction to Indian economy. So first part is like this. If you ask me the question type, so most of the time we have seen or experienced half marks to 1 marks question, max to max 1 marks question, but most of the time for the half marks question, right? So concept part is very limited for this particular one, and we will stick to the important areas and all. And just after that concept summary, we will be discussing questions or application based and statement based questions around all the subtopics of this particular unit, right? So when it comes to the unit 1, overview of Indian economy, evolution of Indian economy, basic characteristics of Indian economy pre-British era, then we have 2008, and after that structural changes in Indian economy. So these are the areas of this particular one. Okay. So what will be the sequence? First, we will be discussing the concept classes. Then I'll be summarizing this particular unit. Then we will be practicing a set of question along with your Macmillan question as well. Okay? Though Macmillan question are very basic and all, okay? But still we'll go through, and with every topic we'll be doing the same things, right? So guys, when it comes to the Indian economy, it is generally categorized under one of the fastest emerging economy in the world. So most of the report says India is world fifth largest economy by GDP, and by PPB we are the third largest economy in the world. And the recent report of NITI Aayog, as per this particular one, we become the fourth largest economy in the world, and we are having some sort of targets. So it is generally categorized under the developing nations, and we have a mixed economic structure. Mixed economy means it is a combination of public and private interferences while we decide or while we solve the core economic problems or questions, right? So Indian economy, which is generally categorized as mixed economy with both public and private sector participations. So we have three type of major categories: capitalistic, and we have market economy, and capitalistic, which is also known as market economy, and we have socialistic economies, which is also known as command economy. So prior to Second World War, we used to have market economy or socialistic and command economy. Okay? So market economy, where basically things are generally decided by the businesses or market forces, demand and supply. In case of command economy, things are generally get decided by the government itself, central government itself, right? But we have a structure where we have active participation from both sides, and the economic problems are generally get solved by the public as well as the private areas, and we have basically the clear-cut interference of government also, right? So when it comes to the overall growth wise, so India is one of the largest or one of the most emerging nation in the world, GDP growth wise. And the other part is basically we have the key areas. We have large, young and growing population. One of the, like, population wise, data wise, we are at second, but most of the report says India is at number 1 also. Strong agriculture sector, this is very important one, which generally save Indian economy during the crisis of COVID also. And a rapidly expanding manufacturing and service sectors where government is spending maximum nowadays, right? So when it comes to the World Bank classification, this part is a bit important. So many times we'll see question around this particular one. So World Bank classification of economies, and this get asked so many times in your examination also. So based on per capita income into 4 major categories. So these are aapka low income, lower middle income, upper middle income and higher income. So when it comes to the India, so we generally fall under this particular category. Lower middle income. So India, it is mentioned here, India fall under the lower middle income category. Countries with per capita income of between 996 to $3,895 per annum, they generally comes under this particular one. And India's right now, our per capita income is about $2,500. So that means that's why we generally comes under this particular category, right? So in 2019, India's per capita income was 1,891, and right now the current is aapka around $2,500. In terms of purchasing power parity, India is world third largest economy after China, US, and the third number is India. Okay? So based on the per capita income, we generally categorize at very low, right? So low per capita income is due to the factors behind or the reason behind the low per capita income of India is poverty, unemployment, and illiteracy. And the root cause for these particular one is population itself, right? So at the time of independence, India was considered as backward nation. The government tackled development issues through the 5-year plans, which generally comes under the planning commission's team, setting targets and allocating funds for sectorial development. So this is the kind of a brief which is given in your book itself, and you do not have to purchase books. I'll be providing you module wise concept notes as well as questions or practice notes and all. So we will cover everything, and if you follow these many classes and all, that is more than sufficient to pass this particular examination, right? Next one, aapka, this part is again very important. So factors influencing Indian economy. So when it comes to the core areas, core characteristics of Indian economy, so we have low per capita real income, rapid population growth, high rate of unemployments and underemployments, and we have jobless growth in Indian economy. So and discuss unemployment, excessive reliance on primary sectors. Maximum half of the population will generally depend on the agriculture sector or the primary sector. Vicious cycle of poverty also, and rising unemployment. So these are some key challenges for the Indian economy, and they are kind of we can say they are generally part of the core problems for the Indian economy as well, right? So sorry. India now, the overall data after again. So the overall data related to this entire unit is related to data driven again. And once you'll go through the entire modules, you'll start building your understanding, and you just have to go through this particular one once. You do not have to repeat these particular one again and again. And even I'll suggest do not try to memorize or do not go for any sort of rectification for these one. Okay? We will practice a lot. With that particular practice only, you will be able to solve any question related to this particular one. Okay? So Indian economy at a glance, 1951 to 1980, this is generally known as Hindu rate of growth, and due to the poverty or the decline in, and this is generally given by Professor Rajakrishna. India growth rate was slow in the first decade after the independence, and in 1978, Professor Rajakrishna coined the term Hindu rate of growth to describe this slow growth. This get asked so many times, so please do remember this. Growth rate hovered around 5.3%, with a per capita income growth averaging 1.3%. Okay, so during this particular period, the on an average growth of Indian economy was around 3.5%, and that hovered around that particular area itself. Okay, 3.54. 2.3, or this was the overall growth rate during this particular period. This is the year when we start working toward the development areas and all. So 1980 to 1990 regarded as the period of economic buoyancy and recovery. During sixth 5-year plan 1980-85, India started breaking the Hindu rate of growth curves. Higher government spending provide a much needed fiscal stimulus. So government generally start spending more money on the basically they start spending their capital budgets. They start spending more money in the economy, so we can have more and more investment, and we can increase the overall consumption, and that consumption will lead to the more productions and all. Okay. Liberalized import policies, increase import of capital goods and raw materials, boosted manufacturing and production of luxury goods in the country itself. Okay, so these are the areas. Now 1992 to 2008 post liberalization team. So 1991, when we come up with the new economic policy, and that new economic policy is one of the like we can say one of the finest reforms of Indian economy. In during 1990s, we were almost in crisis. Our economic reserve was about 10 billion US dollar. With that one, we can do exports for maximum आपका 1 week or 1 months आपका, ठीक है. Nowadays it is 700 billion US dollar, ठीक है. So that you can see the differences, ठीक है. So during those new economic reforms, which is also known as LPG model, liberalization, privatization, and globalization. With that, they become a game changer for Indian economy, right? So known as the post-reforms period after 1991 economic crisis, implementation of LPG, liberalization, privatization, and globalization. Liberalization means basically ease of norms, basically ending up with the red tape system, and we start giving license to the private parties and all, so they can have more involvements, or they can have more kind of participation in the economy itself. Privatization aapka, we start doing we start giving license. Here it is around there was so many rules and regulations of the government prior to this, so we generally ease those particular one. In this one, we start giving license to the private parties in major businesses. And globalization, we start interacting with the other countries and all. We start participating in the international trades and all. So these three things, they become game changer for the Indian economy itself. So led to a positive economic outcome. So growth rate during this particular period, 6.7% for the 8th 5-year plan, 1992 to 97. 5.3 आपका 9th 5-year plan, and 6.7 आपका that was for the 10th 5-year plan. High growth rate in 8th 5-year plan was due to increase in inflow of foreign capital. Now the foreign entities, they started investing in Indian economy after this liberalization and globalization and privatization things. Favorable economic policies and global economic booms boosted the overall growth. 2002-3 to 2006-7 GDP grow at 8.6% annually, making India second fastest growing economy after the China itself. Okay? And nowadays we have, like by the IMF, World Bank, India is one of the fastest growing economy in the world, with even our growth rate is around on an average 7%, right? So the present era of 2008 to 2021. So 2008 growth euphoria created belief that India was decoupled from the global economy. Now, during that particular period, 2008, which is also known as a period of global financial crisis, that global financial crisis was led by the Lehman Brothers banks. So there was a bank from US that is generally known as Lehman Brothers banks. That bank got defaulted due to mortgage crisis. So basically, they have in US, there was a bubble created around the properties. Everyone was purchasing the properties, and banks, they were giving loan at a very low margin of 5% and all. So what happened during that period? So everyone is investing or considering home or aapka properties as a best investment, and bank is financing these particular properties below 5% of margin. That means if you are purchasing a house worth rupees 1 crore, so by paying only 5 lakh rupees, you can own a home. You can own a house. Like in India, it is maximum 25%. So basically, if you are buying a house nowadays, like when you'll come to the PPP, so we'll understand these areas. If it is up to 30 lakhs, so we have to pay the initial margin of 20%. If it is 30 lakh to 75 lakh, 15%. If it is 1 crore and above, so we have, as a customer, home buyer, we have to pay an initial down payments of 25%. But here it is only 5%, right? So what people did, they generally purchase more and more houses they put it on rent. Now everybody have houses, right? So सबके पास घर होगा, so what will be the problems? There is no demand for there is excess supply and there is very less demand for the houses and all. Okay, now the prices start coming down. So let's say the prices came down to 80 lakhs. Now what this home buyer did, let's say there's a person called Mr. X. Okay, he surrendered this house because he knows if it will appreciate after 5 years, 10 years or 15 years, the value is not going to above this 1 crore. So they surrendered that particular house. And this is done by so many home buyers, so that banks become defaulter. Then bank become defaulters. This was one of the largest bank of the US. So similarly, aapka, like we have a concept like basically the smaller banks, they have their dependency or deposits or relation with the bigger banks. So when this bigger bank got defaulted, they also start defaulting in the market itself. Bank, they have their insurance. So insurance companies also get defaulted because this was a huge amount, right? So it created a bubble, and that bubble is generally known as आपका subprime lendings due to subprime lending, and it is generally known as global financial crisis. And the outcome of that particular one is nowadays we have to protect these bigger banks, too big to fall. We generally have systematic important banks. Take a domestic systematic important bank, global systematically important banks, and all that concept arise from this particular one. So this event happened during that particular period. Worldwide, major developed nations, they face this was not limited to US, that because US is one of the largest economy that time. Okay? So it impact or that contagion effect, it is generally known as contagion effect, which generally spread across the world. So most of economies, they generally face due to this particular crisis, right? India also, Indian economy growth rate was also slowed down, but we did not face any sort of contraction in our GDP, right? So after the Lehman Brothers banks collapse, India faced economic challenges because the IT company was one of the growing during that particular period, and our labor market was becoming dependent on that particular one. So that got hurt during this particular period. Government took unprecedented actions to mitigate this particular crisis, and government infused about 1.86 lakh crore rupees in the market. Yeah, this is a kind of a आपका relief package. ठीक है, like during COVID also, government infused money in the economy through the different schemes. So similarly, during this particular period as well, government infused around 1.86 lakh crore rupees, which was around 3.50% of India's GDP. And even RBI also did same things. RBI eased the monetary conditions. That means RBI decreased the repo rates in and the other rates aapka. So due to that particular one, they generally created 5.6 lakh crore rupees in the market. Like even during COVID also, RBI cut down repo rate by 225 basis points. So that was also kind of a similar situation which we generally face during this particular period. One another thing aapka, you do not have to remember this particular one. This is just for an idea itself, right? So sectors, if you comes to the sector wise pattern again. So sectors, and if you take the references of this one again, so we have different sectors aapka. Basically when we'll come to the next sector, we'll come to the overall GDP analysis, primary, secondary and tertiary. The contribution wise, we have maximum contribution from the tertiary sector in our GDP, but dependency wise, we have maximum dependency on the primary sector, which is agriculture and allied areas. Manufacturing falls in between primary and tertiary, at second position. So this is something like agriculture and forestry, after things and all. So it is around 6 overall period growths and all. This is around 6.7%. Mining, manufacturing, or this is something which is like these are the top 8 areas or 8 sectors which generally contribute maximum to India's GDP, and their overall outcomes, their status during these crisis period, or even post that particular one, or during that COVID duration also, right? But you do not have to remember these type of data. You will never see any question around COVID or others. Now it become outdated, right? So the overall summary, this is, if you study this much also now, you are going to pass or you are going to have tackle any question related to this particular unit, right? So India ranked third largest as per PPP after US, China and US, China and India. 1000 AD, India and China contributed 50.5% of GDP. Then if it comes to India's global economic shares, it is 23% in 1600 AD and dropped to 3% by 1947. So this was the impact of Britishers. Okay? So how they looted Indian economy. So 1600 AD, India's contribution to the global economy was 23%. But then it fall to 3% in 1947. The British East India Company focus on exploiting raw materials, not industrializing India. India had 33% of global trade in 1600 and it came down to 3% in 1947. The pre-independence economy was nearly stagnant with low productivity. According to the World Bank, India is classified as lower middle income country due to low per capita income, poverty, unemployment, illiteracy. Post-independence and planning led to a decline in agriculture shares and a rise in industry and services. Right. Unit number 2, sectors of Indian economy. It include primary, secondary, and tertiary sectors. So these are the three core sectors of economy. Primary sector, which generally deal with agriculture and allied activities. Secondary sectors, which generally deal with manufacturing and industries. And third one is tertiary, which is linked with the service sector, right? And tertiary sector, which is further categorized between two areas. So two other part of the two different subcategories of your service sectors, which are quaternary sectors and quinary sectors. These are basically knowledge based and high decision making sectors, which are also comes under the tertiary sector. Then we have difference between these sectors. Revolution in India. So revolution in India, basically primary sector related like green revolution, white revolution and all, they generally comes under this. GDP contribution of different sectors, like maximum contribution is done by tertiary sector, followed by manufacturing, then agriculture. Dependency wise, we have different game. Maximum dependency on agriculture, primary sector, then secondary, then tertiary, right? We have agriculture, industry and service. Employment growth rate in secondary sector. Then we have sunrise sector, very important one, organized and unorganized sector. So if it comes to the examinations, so most of the time you guys will face question around this. One question for 1 marks with 2-3 statements based on these particular one. And another question is around sunrise sectors and organized and unorganized sectors. So these are the areas which you have to take care from this particular unit. So first we will be discussing the core concept of your unit 2. Then we will be practicing a set of questions. So as I said, like when it comes to the sectors, so we have basically the whole economy or the GDP is basically divided among three major areas. One is primary sector. So primary sector, which generally deal with agriculture and allied activities like fisheries, forestry, animal husbandry, agriculture and all, they generally comes under this particular one. Secondary sector, which generally include manufacturing, industries, and tertiary sector, which includes services like banking, health, education, transportation, hotels, restaurants. So they generally comes under this one. Activities, then share in national GDP, we have lowest, but that employment and dependency is highest, right? And secondary sector medium आपका in term of contribution, in term of employability it is at lowest, and in term of contribution tertiary sector contribute the maximum, it is at middle, and the final one is growth rate low, high, basically as per the recent trend. So with this particular one you get an idea around all these three sectors. Now we will be discussing all these three sectors in detail. So when it comes to the primary sectors, so it include agriculture, forestry, mining. These are the examples of this particular one. Known as agriculture and allied activities or associate services, provide raw material for the production of goods and services. Unorganized and most of the time employs old methods of the agriculture things or the animal husbandry or the other areas. In most developing economies such as India, this sector employ large portion of the workforce. So the employability, which we have discussed with our previous chart also, so we have maximum employability based on this particular one. Secondary sector, which is also known as manufacturing. Manufacturing unit, basically we take raw material from here, and in this particular one, we generally process those particular one. Small scale units, major enterprise, global organizations are included in this. Industrial and manufacturing sectors is often known as manufacturing sectors. Transform one good into another by value additions. Organize and employ more efficient production methods. Since the sector required a particular set of talent, employment rate is equilibrium in this particular case, okay, according to the demand and supply. The final one is tertiary sector, where we have maximum contribution in our Indian GDP. Almost 50% of India's GDP that is generally get contributed from this one. But employment wise or the dependency wise, we have maximum dependency on agriculture. Right. So this sector include banking, insurance, communication, education and others. Healthcare, known as service sector, offer valuable services to the primary and secondary services. It well organized and use advanced logistic techniques to carry out its task. The sector employment share has risen dramatically in recent years also, right? So this is all about your primary, secondary and tertiary. Now, I hope this is clear. Very basic facts aapka, theek hai? And you have to go through these particular one with the help of multiple questions. We will be practicing the different dimensions, by what dimension these can be asked in your examination. Now this tertiary sector, that is further categorized, like we have two core areas. One is the your quaternary sectors, another one is quinary sectors. Okay. In previous session, they asked question around this particular one, but this is highly expected that in your next session you can expect question around these particular one. Okay. Sometimes they'll ask direct question, the differences between these two, or else sometime they'll give you one application based question, and then you have to find out like which person belongs to quaternary and which person belongs to quinary. That we will practice in this session itself. Okay. So when it comes to the quaternary sector, it is also known as knowledge sector, as I earlier told you. So this category include such as teaching, research, development. The sector is far most important in assessing the strength of the economic human resources. The intellectual aspect of economy is represented by the quaternary sectors. Okay? So basically it is fully like where we have expertise based and all, expertise based peoples, they are or employments, they are working in this particular areas. This group include employee in office building, elementary schools and university classrooms, hospitals, physicians, officers and the others one. So basically they have like everyone, those who are working under this one, they have some sort of expertise in their domains as well. Now when it comes to the quinary sector, this is one of the finest one, like 1% of population or less than that, they generally work in this particular one. These are like basically CEOs, founders and all, and their decision, they generally make a huge impact on the organization as well as on the whole society. So these are basically they are generally part of the think tanks, and whenever their number is very less but their impact is huge, right? So basically they are the game changers, they are running the entire games aapka. So it include activities such as choice, which key choices are made. It include highest level of decision makers in government, including the bureaucracy, in the private corporate sectors. The number of peoples participating in this sector is quite small, yet they have regarded the brain behind the economy. So they are generally known as brain behind the economy. Socio-economic performances. This group include occupations such as senior company executives, government official, bureaucrats, research scientists, financial and legal advisors and others. They generally categorize under this particular one. I hope now it is clear. So primary, secondary, tertiary, quaternary and quinary. So many times this get asked for 1 marks with the help of statements. You'll see like which of the following statement is most inaccurate or most accurate related to your quaternary and quinary sectors, or the differences between quaternary and quinary, or आपका primary, secondary and tertiary, right? So please do remember these particular things, and this is more than enough which you require for your JIB examination. Now the another part which is about the revolutions in primary sectors, or that is also known as agriculture. So now this is also a list where you will see one question for half marks, or sometime they go beyond that particular one. They'll give you 3-4 revolutions. They'll ask you to match those particular one, and they'll ask you to find out the right one or the wrong one, or even it can be for 2 marks with multiple statements. Okay, so what I'll recommend for all of you, you do not have to go for any sort of rectifications as of now. Just go through this particular list. With the help of practice only, you can try to revise these one, and during your examination period I'll provide you one documents that is a kind of a Brahmashtra documents, which will help you, or you have to keep that particular documents handy. So before entering in your examination hall, I'll provide you a 50-60 pages documents, so you can just scroll it, and this will be part of that particular documents, right? So when it comes to the revolution, so we have Green Revolution, which is related to agriculture. Father was Mr. M.S. Swaminathan, 1966 to 70. No one can remember all these particular words, believe me. And you do not have to worry around this particular, just have to go through this one. And this is something which we have to revise during the examination period, or with the help of multiple questions, right? White Revolution related to milk or dairy product, Burgess Kurian, 70 or 96. Yellow Revolution, mustard seed, oil seed, Mr. Sam Pitrado, 1986 and 1980, 90. Blue Revolution, fisheries or aquaculture, Dr. Arun Krishnan, 1973 to 2002. Golden Revolution, आपका fruit, honey, horticulture, Nirpik taste to taste, 1991-2003. Golden Fiber Revolution, jute related, 1991-2003. Silver Revolution, egg related, Mrs. Indira Gandhi, 1969-1978. Silver Fiber Revolution, cotton, 2000. Pink Revolution, pharmaceutical, prawns, onions. Then we have Durgesh Patel, 1970s. Brown Revolution, leather, coca, non-conventional energy, Hiralal Chaudhary. Then we have Red Revolution, meat and tomato, Vishal Tiwari, 1980s. Grey Revolution, fertilizers, 1960 to 1970. Evergreen Revolution, overall agriculture, M.S. Swaminathan, 2014 to 2022. Black Revolution, petroleum. Then we have Round Revolution, potato. Protein Revolution, agriculture, coined by Mr. Narendra Modi in 2020 itself, right? So this is the list, and now why we stick to this particular list, because it is part of your Macmillan books. Anything which is part of your Macmillan book, that is important for us, and 90% time you'll get question based on that particular, and you do not have to buy that particular book. So I'll provide you like my 100% content will be aligned with that particular book. So you do not have to go for any other things and all, right? So I'll be sharing, once we're done with the module A, I'll be compiling all these particular one, and I'll be sharing this particular one with you, so you guys can easily revise and recall things. Okay. Now next point, guys. So the journey of Indian industry, when it comes to the Indian industry, so it is quite interesting, phases. Okay. Now this is the phases. So you can expect 1 marks question around this particular one also. Okay. So it is basically the industrial or the secondary sectors, which is further the entire overall development of the secondary sector, which is further categorized among 4 major phases. So these are phase 1, 1951 to 56, industrial foundation, where during the first 5-year plan or second 5-year plan, we start working around the industrial establishment, like Bokaro steel plants, Durgapur steel plants, or these kind of things. Okay. Then we have phase 2, 1965 to 18, period of industrial fall. Okay. During this period, so there was the growth rate under this particular one was minimal. Phase 3 आपका the period of industrial recovery, and phase 4 आपका onwards the post reform period. And nowadays secondary areas or secondary sector where we are working toward. Governments, they are coming with so many schemes related to MSMEs, so we can have the dependency and self sufficiency, right? So make in India, startup India, and there are so many initiatives around MSMEs which are generally done by government in past few years, right? Now the next one, this is very important one, very important, right? So sunrise sector. So when it comes to the sunrise sector, these are with every economy, they have certain areas which are most growing areas. They are new and most growing, and they generally attract, because of their growth, they attract huge investment and they face high competition. Take sectors like technology, like fintech and all, even education also, and we have there's different areas. It can be related to any area where we have a huge growth and we have high competition, and we have due to their growth they attract the high investment, and risk appetite is also very high in these particular cases. So when it comes to the sunrise sector, a new emerging industry with strong growth potential, like digitalizations of the economy or related things, robotics, AI, or the pharmaceuticals or the e-commerce. So these all are basically your or renewable energy. So these all are generally categorized under your sunrise sector. It is marked by high growth rate. This point is very important for all of us. High growth, innovation, public awareness, attracting long-term investors. Okay. Sunrise sectors, like it can be green energy, fintech, information technology, electronic, pharmaceuticals, automobiles, healthcare, infrastructure, retail sectors, processing plants and all. They are majorly categorized as sunrise sector for Indian economy. So these sectors are expected to drive job creation and business growth in the future also. Okay. So when it comes to the sunrise sectors, so there are few things which you have to remember. Sometimes they'll ask you what are the features of which of the following statement is correct about the features of sunrise sectors. Now these keywords will be in the form of statements, okay? Or else they can ask you which of the following let's say in those particular statement itself, let's say they have mentioned information technology and electronics is not categorized as the sunrise sectors, so that is the incorrect statement that you have to find out, right? Sunrise sectors, a quick summary. So sunrise sectors is a high growth, innovation driven and attract investors interest. Green energy, fintech and others, they are generally part of this. Retail infrastructure also. Sunrise sector often experience high competition and risk. Despite their early stage growth, these sectors contribute to job creation and business expansion in a long run, etc. So this is the kind of a summary which you have to at least remember from the sunrise sector, right? Now the final aspect of this particular unit is your organized and unorganized sectors. Okay? So unorganized sectors, like our banking is organized sector, where we do have some sort of regulations, rules and everything. Okay? Unorganized is any labor market, like let's say the construction things and all. So in some areas where we do not have a proper rules and regulation, they are generally categorized as the unorganized sector. So basically we do not have any proper rules and regulations related to employability and all. But in case of organized sectors, we do have everything: minimum wage, आपका notice period, or minimum salary, or the benefits, or the other aspect also, right? So they generally comes under this particular one. So when it comes to the organized sector cover those enterprise where the term of employments is regular, basically full-time. They generally provide full-time employments. They are registered by governments or companies that follow rules and regulations and various laws like Factories Act, Minimum Wage Act, payment of gratuity, Shop and Establishment Act and all. Worker in organized sectors are paid according to a prescribed scale, like we have scale 1, scale 2, scale 3, that they also get pay in time on regular basis. They get annual increments and other allowances such as provident funds, payment during holidays, paid leave, gratuity, the others one. They can be they can form a trade union also, right? So here it is. If it comes to the unorganized sector characterized by small and scattered unit, which are largely outside the control of governments. Unorganized sectors does not follow any rules or follow any rules and regulation passed by the governments. Most of the job are low paid and often not regular. There is no provision for overtime, paid leave, holidays, leave due to sickness and all, and they cannot form trade unions as well. So this is the major classification of your organized and unorganized sector. All right, guys. So I hope this is clear. One question, like I have experience in every 2 years, in every 2 sessions, they ask one question. Let's say they have asked one question in June, then they'll ask in next June. They generally follow this kind of trend and at least 2 questions from this particular unit, right? So now we will summarize this particular one. So summary, if it comes to the summary. So summary point is very, very important, right? So primary sectors involve आपका natural resources like agriculture. These are the areas. Secondary आपका manufacturing, raw materials from the primary sectors contribute significantly to GDP and employments. Tertiary sectors cover services like education, healthcare, banking, communication. Quaternary sectors known for knowledge sector include research, teaching, development. Agriculture contributions decline over time in national income. Industry and service gaining larger scale. So earlier, like even today also, we have dependency on agriculture, but earlier the contribution of agriculture sector was at higher side. Industry GVA shares, so 17% to your 29% in 2021-22. GVA, gross value added, means this statement means contribution of secondary sector in GDP. So in 1950 it was around 17%, and now it got increased to 29%, and it become second largest sectors to contribute to Indian GDP. Service sectors here increased from 33% to 53%. Okay, so maximum dependency we have, maximum contribution in our GDP we have from the service sector or the tertiary sector. Apart from this, construction sector, second largest employment provider after agriculture, employing 31 million people, 8% of total employment. So it is something, construction means आपका या secondary sector. So which has second largest employment contributor after the your primary sectors. Sunrise sectors include green energy, fintech, IT, pharmaceuticals, automobiles and all. Organized sectors, job with fixed term and regular pay, include registered business, school, hospitals, banking, insurance. Unorganized sector include informal job with irregular terms such as construction workers, domestic workers, house maid and all. Small workshop employees not registered with the government itself, right? This is the overall topic. So basically this topic is entirely divided between two areas. One is economic planning, so where we have planning commission or the planning history in India, and the another one is NITI Aayog. So NITI Aayog related areas like functions of NITI Aayog, the differences aapka and the other areas, right? So economic planning, type of planning, objectives of economic planning, very important part. History of economic planning. Then we have assessment of 5-year plan performance, NITI Aayog. Then we have financial resources for economic planning. So these are the areas. So there are few areas which are very, very important. One, subtopic 3.3 and your NITI Aayog related things, and this is very, very important one. Okay? So resources aapka, domestic resources or international and others. Okay? So basically how we arrange that budgetary deficit, so that generally comes under this one. So when it comes to the economic planning in India, so it is all about like post independence we start working around the things. The economic condition was very poor that time. So when it comes to the historical backgrounds, there was a book which is written by M. Visvesvaraya in 1934 that is get published in the name of the planned economy for Indian economy. Okay? So based on that particular one, we basically आपका Congress or under the leadership of Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, we proposed one plan which is generally known as Congress plan, ठीक है, in 1938. But just after that, the Second World War started, ठीक है, and we have some sort of involvement in that particular one. ठीक है. By the end of Second World War, in 1944 itself, we come up with the Bombay Plan, People's Plan, then finally Sarvodaya Yojana. Then finally in 1950 or 15th of March 1950, we form a team that is known as Planning Commission. Okay? So Planning Commission of India, and they generally propose 5-year plan, and first 5-year plan get introduced in 1951 to 1956. Agriculture was the primary area. Okay? So basically with these 5-year plans, we have 12 5-year plan. The last one was 2012 to 2017, but Planning Commission which get replaced by the NITI Aayog in 2015 itself. 1st January 2015, after NDA-led government, they generally proposed the NITI Aayog as one of the largest or biggest think tank for the India, right? So now we have if you study this particular topic for UPSC and all, it required 10 hours and more than that also. But in your curriculum, we have some specific areas which we have to take care, right? So I hardly seen any question around the 5-year plans, but we will go through those particular one also as per your book content. And most of the time you will see question around these subtopics, or sometime what are the key objectives of the planning and all. So with that only we will start this particular session. So when it comes to the objectives of economic planning, then as well as now, okay, so we have these many objectives. Okay, India is a developing nation, and there are so many areas where we have to work, like it is healthcare, education, infrastructure, defense, so employment, and poverty reduction, and also these are the key areas. While we used to form those 5-year plan, so we used to have some target. These are the major areas, or these are the major problems which we are going to solve with this 5-year plan. The problem was with those 5-year plan was the analysis or the outcome of those particular plan we used to do after spending those 5 years and all. So the 5-year span of period is very large. So that was a major challenge in that one. And one another problem was with a planning commission was it is centrally driven, or we can say it is like whatever we are deciding at the center level. The headquarters is located was located in Delhi itself. So central government, they used to come up with their plan and they used to roll out those particular one throughout the country. And with this NITI Aayog, we flip the approach. We generally get feedback from the state and district level. Then we assess those particular problems. We find out the root cause analysis, and then we come up with the plan itself. So there was that time there was some sort of political influence also. So what we can say, and let's say if in particular state we have our government, so we used to provide more assistance to those particular one. Though this happened today also, but yes, nowadays what we are trying to do, we generally trying to work on the actual problems which is at ground level. So whenever it comes to the problems of Indian economy, so these are the major problems, and with the help of economic planning, it is in the form of your 5-year plan or the present status, which generally trying to solve these areas. Okay? So first one, if it comes to this area, like we have economic growth to accelerate the overall economic growth of the economies. Okay? So and aim to sustain and sustainable increase in the economic output, which is generally measured through the GDP and all. Okay? Other aapka, these all are generally development measures. Okay? I hope you guys remember the differences between growth and development, which we have discussed in our very first unit itself. Poverty elevation aapka, theek hai? So introduce program to reduce poverty across the country. Employment generation, focus on reducing unemployment as a key part of poverty elevation. Social justice and reducing inequalities, this is also a very major problem. So addressing economic disparities and promote fairness in society. Self-resilient economy, self-dependent economy. So basically creating some sort of startup cultures or stand-up India. These are the some initiatives. Okay. Earlier also there was used to like we used to have number of initiatives. Okay. So self-sufficiency to strengthen India's position in global economy. Modernization of economy, that means adoption of new technologies or new ways to increase the output or to solve the problems. Promote industrialization and adopt modern farming, dairying, and social reforms like gender equality and all. So these are whenever we do the economic planning, we means government. They generally consider these are the major challenges for the Indian economy, and with the help of number of social schemes or number of initiatives, we are generally trying to solve these many areas, right? So now economic planning history. So when it comes to the history, it start with 1934. Visvesaraya, they planned the economy for India. There was a book which is written by Visvesaraya. He generally proposed 10-year plan things. He generally proposed ki India, they should Indian government, they should come up with the 10-year plans, and they should list out the problems, and they should start working around those particular one. Okay? So based on this this book get published in 1934 and authored by Visvesaraya. So based on this book suggestion itself, in 1938, National Planning Committee formed by Indian National Congress under the leadership of Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, but that is also known as Congress plan. Okay? But before implementing that particular plan in 1939, Second World War get started. Okay? So we like that plan got like we can say that plan got halted for due to that economics worldwide scenarios and all, or the Second World War situation. Okay? 1944 Bombay plan proposed by top industrialists like Tata, Birla, and all these were the persons. Okay? Basically, eight core the eight top businessmen from the Mumbai. They generally come up with their plan and how we can consume the raw resources and how we can boost the industrialization, and with that industrialization how we can promote the basically employability, how we can reduce the poverty and all. That was the plan under this particular one. That is generally known as Bombay plan. But that time we have maximum contribution from agriculture more than 50%, and dependency was around 70-80%. So coming with a totally different things was a bit challenging. Then in 1945, People's Plan, M.N. Roy, so which is आपका nationalization and state control over the sectors. 1950, we come up with the Sarvodaya Plan by Jayaprakash Narayan team. Focus on self-reliance and your rural upliftment. It is something related to your आपका it is based on the people plans only, and it was basically led by the thoughts of Mahatma Gandhi and Vinoba Bhave, right? So these are some major areas. Then just after this, we established one committee at national level, that is called Planning Commission in India, 1950. So post-independence, आपका 1950, Planning Commission, 15th of March 1950, which get replaced by the NITI Aayog. Then 1951, Planning Commission, they come up with their very first plan, that is known as 5-year plan. So 5-year plans, these are the problems which we are going to solve in the upcoming 5 years. Whenever we'll announce the budget, so there is a certain portion which will go to the to meet those financial objectives of the economy, right? So that is generally, that was during the 5-year plans, that was generally used to known as planned expenditure for the economy, plan and non-plan expenditure. So it is generally comes under this. So now over the time we come up with the 5-year plans, like we start focusing. Like when you study the 5-year plan, every 5-year plan they have some key focus areas. Like first 5-year plan was based on agriculture and allied areas. Second 5-year plan was based on your industrial revolutions or the development of overall industries like Durgapur steel plants, Bhilai steel plants, Bokaro steel plants. We start establishing these particular one. Third 5-year plan was a combination of both self-reliance. Poverty elevation was the key objective of fifth one. आपका इंक्लूसिव ग्रोथ एंड मॉडर्नाइजेशन आपका 8, 9, 10, 11, 10, ठीक है. सो शिफ्ट इन अप्रोच 1991, there was economic crisis by the end of 90s, ठीक है. So by the end of 80s आपका, ठीक है, India was lacking in so many areas and our forex reserve was minimal. So we were almost in economic trap, ठीक है. So we come up with one plan that is generally known as new economic reforms. One of the biggest reforms in Indian economy with the model of LPG, liberalization, privatization and globalization. So 1991 economic reforms introduced shift from the centralized planning to market driven approach. So that become game changer for the Indian economy. In 15 आपका 1st January 2015 we replace planning commission with NITI Aayog. So planning commission get replaced with the NITI Aayog, focusing on cooperative federalism, policy think tanking and dynamic planning strategies. These were the areas under this particular one. Okay? So now we'll quickly go through the 5-year plans, though they are not going to ask these particular question, but still we'll have a basic idea. Okay? So first 5-year plan 1951 to 56, it was focused on agriculture and improving the living standards. Second 5-year plan timing was 1956 to 61. It is also known as Mahalanobis model or Mahalanobis plan. It focused on industrialization. It was based on Herald-Domer model. Herald-Domer model. Third 5-year plan 1961 to 66. Balance a development of agriculture and industry, as we discussed earlier also. Fail to achieve target due to India, China and India-Pakistan war. So we had these two wars. So the growth rate of this 5-year plan was minimum due to these back-to-back two wars. 3 annual plans 1966 to 1969. So to overcome with these particular problems, we come up with the annual plans. So that is also known as planning holiday. So then we generally come up with yearly basis plan. With this, in this particular upcoming year, we are going to target these particular areas. Then fourth 5-year plan 1969 to 74, which emphasizes on growth, stability and social justice. Again faced issues with war with Pakistan in 1971. So where we helped Bangladesh. The global oil crisis was also there that time. Fifth 5-year plan 1974 to 1971. Poverty alleviation and self-reliance was the target. Introduced measure like minimum need program but faced challenges in the implementation. Sixth and seventh 5-year plan. This is sixth 5-year plan. This is seventh 5-year plan. Economic stabilization and increasing productivity in all sectors. Success in agriculture production, technology and export promotions. Eighth 5-year plan 1992 to 97. Modernization, growth and human development. Post-liberalization era, encouraging private and foreign investment was the primary areas. Ninth 5-year plan 1997 to 2002. Just social justice and sustainable developments was the key areas. 10th and 11th, this is 10th and this is 11th, time duration. Economic growth, human development and inclusive growth. These were the major areas. 12th 5-year plan or the final one, faster, sustainable and more inclusive growth. The slowdown in the global economy affected the growth targets. Slowdown means that global financial crisis 2007-8, failure of Lehman Brothers banks, and even during 11-12 there was a global slowdowns also, right? So now when it comes to the detailed summary, so this is given in your book itself, but I'm clearly saying this, you do not have to remember all these particular facts and all. Do not waste your time around these particular things. So they, in my experience, since May 2023 was the very first time when they introduced this particular one. They never ask question around this one. Just you can have a look, you can build basic understanding, but do not go for any sort of ratification. So first 5-year plan, as we discussed, agriculture and all these were the areas. Second 5-year plan, industrialization, where we have these are the expected growth, actual growth and all. We established Bhilai, Durgapur and Rourkela steel plants during that particular period. Third 5-year plan 61-65 आपका. So boosting the national income by more than 5% per annum, ठीक है, expansion and all, ठीक है. So these are the areas during this particular period, ठीक है. So if they ask one question based on these 5-year plan, if you'll invest, let's say 1 hour, if you study for 10 minutes some other topic, you will be able to score the equal marks. Then why we should waste 50 minutes additional on this one? That is the logic. You have to use these kind of things. But still, if you want to build your concepts and all, so I'll be providing you everything. But you can take these particular suggestions also. Okay? So plan holiday, आपका planning holiday, or that is also known as annual plans, where after that India China or India Pakistan war, there was a minimal growth in the third 5-year plan, so we come up with these kind of things. Then fourth 5-year plan, again आपका fifth 5-year plan, same thing, same. Sixth, seventh, eighth, आपका here it is 1989 to 1991, ठीक है. Then we come up with the 8th 5-year plan, ठीक है. So this is the period of annual plans or economic reforms. Then 8th 5-year plan, 9th, 10th and 12th. ठीक है. So 12th 5-year plan, I have created some question. If they'll ask, how they'll ask. ठीक है. I'll give you a touch also. ठीक है. But if you want to go through this particular one, that is completely your choice. ठीक है. So faster, more inclusive and sustainable growth was the target for this particular one. Initially, increasing agriculture production by manufacturing sectors and all by 10% and increase over the so there was a plan of 8% while the actual was 7% during that particular period. Initial target was 10%. Later on, government after 1 year only they reduce it to 8%, 9%, and actual we receive आपका कितना 6.7% those during those 3 years 12, 13, 14. ठीक है. Because from 15 onwards, 1st January 2015 onwards, we started with the NITI Aayog and we abolished the structure of 5-year plan. Now NITI Aayog. So NITI Aayog, it's a basically it is generally known as a think tank for the country, and it is one of the biggest think tank of the India for the country. Basically, it analyzes the issues, what issues we are facing at ground level. They generally take suggestions from the district level, colleges, then it comes to the state to center. And then we have a team, the executive teams, they are generally IAS, PCS and all. They analyze the situation or the root cause and then they suggest some plan. They suggest plan to the governments and government accordingly frame their policies and all. So that is, so basically it is generally working as a mediators between the actual problems and the government. They are generally taking the problems from the state at the state level, village level or district level, and they are analyzing the areas, they providing the best solution or alternates to the governments. Then based on those suggestions, government framing their policies and they are coming with in the name of different government schemes and all, right? So NITI Aayog, National Institution for Transforming India, 1st January 2015, it replaced Planning Commission. Objective is to foster cooperative federalism. Means earlier the Planning Commission was kind of central things. Everything's get decided by the center. But here we have following or fostering the cooperative federalism, means there is an involvement of all the state and union territories in those decision making and all, and more enhanced policy formation and implementation through collaborative between center and state. Leadership and skills, chairperson, again Prime Minister. Okay. So for Planning Commission also, chairperson was the Prime Minister of the country. First chairperson was Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru because he was the very first Prime Minister of India. And for NITI Aayog, the first and the current chairman is Mr. Narendra Modi, because he is the very first और आपका अभी तक के the Prime Minister, right? Governing Council, Chief Minister from state, Lieutenant Governor from Union Territories, Vice Chairperson, full-time member, ex officio members, and special invitees. Key initiative, strategy for New India at 75. Basically, when we achieve these 75 years of independence, we come up with this particular one in 2018. So released in December 2018, a comprehensive national strategy covering 41 critical areas. Focus area which is grouped under 4. This is very, very important. Okay? So this get asked so many times. Now you have to focus on this one. Okay? So we have drivers, infrastructure, inclusion, and governance. We'll discuss this particular one later. Also, the entire one slide I have kept for this particular one, right? So NITI Aayog role आपका, it work as a think tank and policy catalyst, recommend strategies for development, innovation and inclusive growth. For funding sources, we have domestic, आपका deficit and आपका foreign assistance. Basically, these are the funding sources for the governments. Okay? So whenever government, they come up with any sort of economic plan, so there are 3 sources. This part is again very, very important one. Okay? So I'll mark star here. Okay? So आपका domestic sources means budgetary sources through the taxes and non-taxes earnings and all. Okay? Deficit financing, we always come up with a deficit budget. We always introduce the deficit budget in the economy, and basically they are somewhere the difference between income and expenditure, which we generally borrow from the market. Okay? And foreign assistance, basically the loan given by IMF, World Bank, or any other foreign company or country or institution. Okay? Taxation is a key source of domestic funds as per this particular. Domestic budgetary sources are the key source for the fundings to these economic policies, and under domestic budgetary sources, basically taxation is the major source. Take direct taxes, indirect taxes. Indirect, that is generally known as GST, right? So functions of NITI Aayog, what are the key functions? Again, this is very important. You can expect question like this. What are the functions of NITI Aayog, or which of the following statement is incorrect about the functions of NITI Aayog? Okay? So out of, let's say they have given these 4 statements, one another statement. Okay? So you have to find out that particular one, or else like they'll give you 3-4 statement and they'll give you the pairing. Okay? Statement 1, 2, 5, 1, 2, 3, like this. Okay? We'll practice these one. So NITI Aayog have following important function: to develop shared vision of national development priority sectors and strategies, which active state participation in light of national objectives, to promote cooperative federalism on a constant basis through organized support programs and processes with the state, to create procedures for developing viable plans at village level, gradually aggregating these at a higher level of the governments, to ensure that national security consideration are included into economic strategy and policy, to give special attention to those segments of our society who may be in danger or danger of not benefiting adequately from the economic advancement, create strategic and long-term policy and program frameworks and initiative, as well as track their development and efficacy. Then to give guidance and foster collaboration between important stakeholders like minded think tanks on a national and worldwide level. So like for the sustainable development goals, NITI Aayog is the nodal agency to represent India. So these kind of things here. To establish collaborative a network of national and international specialists, practitioners and other partners to encourage knowledge, innovation and entrepreneurship, to provide a forum for resolution of cross-sectoral, cross-sectorial and cross-departmental issues in order to expedite the execution of the development plan, maintaining cutting-edge resources center, serve as a repository for research on good governance and best practices in sustainable, equitable developments, and assisting in their dissemination to stakeholders. So these are the core functions which generally get performed by the NITI Aayog. Okay? With the help of questions, when I'll provide you 2 set of unit-wise practice, right? So when once you'll go through, you can attempt those particular one n number of time, and they are definitely going to help you, especially your exam duration, where I'll list out these are the important topic, and under topic these are the important subtopic. Okay? I'll give you that kind of data. Like, let's say this entire topic have, let's say, 7 subtopics, and there are 3 subtopics which I have mentioned earlier. These are the important one, If you'll practice those particular areas again and again, so that is going to help you, right? And you will be able to score very well. So in December 2018, NITI Aayog, which is generally come up with the strategy for New India, outlining objective for 2022-23 when we achieve this 75 years, covering 41 critical areas, highlight past achievements and identifies challenges, suggest future actions. Around 800 government stakeholders and 550 external experts contributed in this particular one, and the overall areas were drivers, infrastructure, inclusion in governance. This get asked in 2000 like October 2023's paper. Okay, what are the four key sections of the strategy for 2000 strategy for New India at the rate 75? Okay. So this was the point, but now it has also become outdated, very less chances, but at least do remember these particular one. Okay? So they can ask you for half marks also. Okay? So now this part is very important, as I earlier told you. Key funding sources for economic plans in India. So we have three sources. One is domestic, another one is deficit financing, and third one is आपका foreign assistance. So when it comes to the domestic budgetary sources, we have two sources. One is आपका revenue budget. Okay? Revenue budget is further divided between two parts. Another one is capital budget. Okay? So capital budget, which will come under this particular one. Okay? So revenue budget, now when it comes to the revenue, so we have two major sources of revenue income. Okay? So revenue income for the governments comes from two major sources. One is tax revenue, another one is non-tax revenue. Okay? So tax and non-tax revenue. Tax revenue further categorized between two parts. One is direct taxes. Okay? Direct taxes means direct taxes are like आपका income tax, corporation tax, we have capital gain and all. They generally comes under this one. And another one is indirect taxes. Okay? So indirect taxes आपका which is nowadays called GST. So this is one of the most important source of so first of all, domestic budgetary sources are the most important funding sources for the economic plan in India. And under domestic budgetary sources, this tax revenue is one of the most important source. Non-tax revenue, which include like fine, penalties, dividend received by आपका government of India, that is generally include this one. Okay? Second one is deficit financing. We always, like being a developing nation, if you'll study the budget, okay? So every time we come up with a deficit budget means our income is less than our expenditure. Okay? So let's say let's say income and expenditure budget is basically income and expenditure statement. Okay? So suppose that your income, we plan an expenditure of 46 lakh crore rupees. Okay? 46 lakh crore rupees in budget 2025-26, and our income was around 23 lakh crore rupees. 23 lakh crore rupees. Now the difference aapka, okay? So the difference between these two, you have made expenditure for 46 lakh crore rupees and you have only 23 lakh crore rupees. So how this 23 lakh crore rupees which we achieve from taxes, non-taxes and other sources. So now how the remaining 23 crore rupees, this gap we will fill through the basically this plus this. So this is your tax revenue, this is your basically this borrowing, deficit financing, which we generally we issue bonds or we take loan and others from this particular one. So now it is 46 lakh crore rupees, that is your that we are going to expend during the next financial year. Third one is foreign assistance. When it comes to the foreign assistance, it is grants given by IMF, World Bank, or any donation by some NGOs and all. Also other kind of loan, they generally comes under this one, and it does play also a very vital role in the overall funding sources for the economic plan in India, right? So we'll quickly summarize these one. So most significant contributor domestic sources to the economic plan, as we discussed, Taxation is the major domestic budgetary tool आपका under that one. So other sources like we have public borrowings, small savings, and public enterprise surplus. Like let's say surplus of RBI that generally comes to this particular one or any other institution. Funds are allocated from central and state budgets to finance investment related programs. It include the central share in 5-year plans. Earlier it used to be that is known as plan expenditure and additional funding for the state plans. Okay, now it is we have that there is one term called finance commission आपका ठीक है. The second source was deficit financing happened when government total income revenue plus capital is less than the total expenditure. So sources withdrawal from RBI deposit आपका printing new currencies and आपका bond and securities. This is the primary source. Borrowing sources we can borrow from central bank means RBI, commercial banks and state governments by ad hoc treasury bills or cash management bills. Significance आपका second most important source for the financing. Revenue and borrowing limit are reached and seen essential for planning and development. Impact on taxpayers utilize surplus taxpayer money without immediate burden on them. So type of deficit आपका borrowing from public foreign governments, withdrawal RBI held cash and borrowing from Reserve Bank of India. So that I told you with that particular chart. Okay. The final source is foreign assistance. Foreign assistance, external assistance including foreign direct investments and international loan and significantly support India's financial strategies. Source access primarily from the World Bank by IBRD, which is a body of or a branch of World Bank itself, and IDA development project. Again, please do remember this. World Bank finance through IBRD and IDA. IBRD through the non-concessional, they provide on favorable terms like infrastructure, poverty alleviation and all. And aim to promote sustainable developments via loan, guarantees and on-lending services. India as a donor can now supports poor nations. Sometimes we do support also to the poorer nations and all. They act as a benevolent donors to neighbor countries like we provide credit of credit lines to we have provided credit lines to Sri Lanka or Bangladesh and also many times. India's total foreign assistance, technical, economic and loan has increased significantly in recent year because if you'll see the budgetary deficit or the overall debt on the economy, that is at higher side. Okay? So now we are going to summarize this particular one. Okay? So summary, planning the overall summary of the entire unit. Okay? So planning is essential for any economy. This India follow a centralized planning system managed by Planning Commission since 1950 to guide the others. Then we replace this one with the NITI Aayog. Okay. So type of planning we have territorial and political. Okay. So regional and national, federal, state and locals. Planning classification can be centralized or decentralized by the participation, long term or short term, sectorial or geographical. Okay. NITI Aayog was formed on 1st of January 2015, which replaced the Planning Commission, chaired by this and the entire team. Vision 75, which is very important, released by NITI Aayog, this, and 4 key areas, drivers and all, and key focus on upper drivers, infrastructure, inclusion and governance of this particular plan. Funding sources for the economy, this is a new subtopic. So we have these 3 sources, domestic, deficit and foreign. Taxation is most important source. So with this summary things, what I am trying to do, so if you want to revise things, you can just go with this slide. So are you able to recall things or not? Let's say if you are missing what comes under deficit financing, you can check the previous area and all. So definition and role of priority sector, list of priority sector lending norms. This subtopic is very important. Definition of MSMEs. The new definition is again very important. Role and significance of MSME in economic development, contribution in GDP and these initiatives. Though these initiatives are the old one, and so that's why you rarely see, or sometimes when they'll ask any question around the government initiatives, they'll be straightforward. Like in your JIB exam May 2025, they asked one question ki government during the budgetary allocation they allocate more money to this infrastructure areas and all. So what was the agenda behind that particular one? So that was the question. So basically government they generally want to increase the overall consumptions, or the core agenda is to achieve the higher economic growth, right? So with the help of, first we will be discussing the core concept which is required for your JIB examination. Then we will be practicing a set of question based on this particular topic itself, right? Chalo. So we will start with priority sector lending. Priority sector lendings, these are the areas which are the most important for the development of Indian economy, and they are very loan sensitive areas. Basically the default rate was bit higher compared to other loans, and the cost of lending is again very higher side for the bank. So bank they start avoiding these particular areas. So that's why like if bank, these are the most important area for the economic development, but these are some, like if we as a bank, if we see the asset classification, there was the risk level was higher side, so that's why we start avoiding those particular areas. So RBI generally come up with some आपका guidelines, rules आपका, ठीक है. So if you are running a commercial bank in India, you have to have lent 40% of your ANBC or COB, whichever is higher, to this priority sector. Calculation of ANBC and COB is not part of this particular unit. As I said, it is economy, Indian economic architecture. It is about the contribution of priority sector in MSMEs, right? So that we will be discussing in PPB itself. So these are the most important areas, and so to basically they should get timely and adequate credits. For that sake, RBI come up with some certain guidelines, and these guidelines are generally known as priority sector lending, right? So priority sector lending norms. So financial framework in India mandate bank to allocate a portion of their lending to specific sectors of economy deemed crucial for the inclusive growth. These sectors often face difficulty assessing the credit and include agriculture, MSME, education, housing, microfinance. RBI regulate PSL, ensuring these sectors receive adequate financial support on timely basis. So that was the major agenda. When it comes to the sectors, so this is the entire list. Okay? So agriculture, we have MSMEs, we have export credit, education, housing loans, social infrastructure, renewable energy, and others, which include weaker section. Okay, so others means आपका weaker section. So these are the areas which are the most important for the overall development of Indian economy. So to provide them timely and adequate credit, RBI come up with this particular initiative. So when it comes to the rule, now there are some certain provisions which are generally done by RBI. Like let's say in case of normal bank, a commercial bank, they have to lend 40% of their ANBC, adjusted net bank credit, to the priority sector. It is a kind of a mandatory rule, and which you have to report to RBI. You have done this much of lending in this particular area. And even not only this particular one, they have defined some sub rule also. Like you have to lend 18%. So out of this, 18% is earmarked for agriculture, right? And 7.5% for MSMEs, and now 12% for your weaker section. Okay, so these are, in case of RRVs, it is 15%. Okay. Apart, this is the core rule, but we have some categories of bank like RRBs, regional rural banks. We have small finance bank and schedule your urban cooperative banks. Now urban cooperative banks from financial year 2025-26, they also cover under this one, and they have to lend 75% of their ANBC to the priority sector. So now it is mandated to these particular bank. So you have to lend this much of money in the priority sector itself. Sub norms are same except your RRBs. In case of RRBs, weaker section allocation is how much? 15%. For other आपका these two as well as the normal commercial bank, it is how much? It is basically your आपका 12%, right? So these are the guidelines which I took from RBI itself. So you can quickly go through these particular one. So categories आपका domestic commercial bank except RRBs and foreign bank with less than 20 branches. Total priority sector target is 40% of their ANBC or COPE, whichever is higher. So this is the core rule आपका. Out of this, these are the sub norms. Out of this, 18% is earmarked for agriculture. Then we have micro enterprises 7.5% and weaker section 12%. The other part is आपका foreign bank with less than 20 branches. So they have to lend 40%, but they do this. These sub norms are not applied on these particular one, right? So not applicable, not applicable, not applicable. So out of which 30% can be in the form of lending to export, not less than 8% in any other priority sector. So this is the rule. RRBs, they have to lend 75% of ANBC to the priority sector, 18% agriculture, 7.5% your micro enterprises, 15% they have to lend in the weaker section. So this is the part. Then small finance bank आपका 75%, 18%, 12%, 7.5%. So these are the core rules आपका, they which generally need to be followed by the commercial banks, including these RRBs, small finance bank, and urban cooperative banks. Now they generally fall under this category. Similar to small finance bank. Earlier they used to lend 40%, but on a phased manner, RBI increased that particular one, and in 2024-25 it was 60%. Now it is आपका 75%. From 1st April 2025 onwards, they have to lend, means this financial year they have to lend the 75% of their ANBC to the priority sector, right? So urban cooperative banks, they generally comes under total priority sector, 60% of ANBC. This was the from 2024-25. So 23-24, some part is missing from this particular one. So for financial year 2025-26, which is not mentioned here, it is आपका 75%, right? So it is 75%, and advances to weaker section, it is again आपका 12% for these particular one also, right? So these are some rules. Please do remember these one. They'll also help you in PPB, and there is one another unit in our IE&IFS itself, module D आपका, where we will be discussing all these particular one, right? The second part of this particular one is around the MSME. MSME, they like India being an emerging nations, we have to work on so many infrastructure or the self-job creation, self-dependency, self-resilience. There are so many terminologies which we generally use on daily basis. Our government used to use these particular terminologies. So they are very crucial part of the India's economy, especially in terms of employment creation as well as your contribution to the economy, right? So MSMEs, so we have some special allocation scheme like PLI or the other. There are startup, stand-up, so many schemes which we will be discussing in this particular scheme itself. And the other part is like initiatives, the budgetary announcement, which I'll cover once budget will release. Like for you, basically those who are going for November, there will be no changes. But those who are going for the, like just after your budget things and all, you have to keep one eye, just one reading of the budget itself, right? So MSMEs are vital to India's economic growth, innovation and employments. With 64 million enterprises, they contribute about 40% of manufacturing output, almost half of manufacturing output, over 40% of export, and more than 28% to the GDP. MSME employ around 120 million people, second only after the agriculture. See, the importance you can see here. One is around the first is the contribution in manufacturing, and the another part is basically which you can relate with the export, which is very important, and GDP, that is the second largest contributor after service sector. Employability, if it comes to the employability, Again, आपका agriculture, where we have maximum dependency, but the second largest is your MSME sector, right? So these sectors are drivers in size, service, technology, and has strong potential for the further growth, equitable development. Its a key strength lies in generating employment at low cost. MSMEs are crucial for job creation, innovation, entrepreneurship, and reverse supply chain management. So that's why this particular sector is again very important, and that is contributing very high to the Indian economy as well. Now, these are the definitions. So earlier we have the old. This is this chart basically. This is the old aapka. This is the new. Now you have to remember this one. Okay? So for your upcoming examination, in May they did not ask any question around this one, but now it is highly expected that in November 2025 examination you can face one question around the definition. Okay? So MSMEs basically they are categorized on the basis of turnover, and the other part is your आपका investment. Okay? So earlier the investment micro enterprises qualification for micro enterprises was investment 1 crore. Now it is enhanced to 2.5 crore. That means more MSMEs or more companies will fall under this particular category, and they'll avail the benefits from the government itself, right? Turnover was 5 crore. Now it is 10 crore. Okay? Small enterprises 10 crore, now it is 25 crores, almost like 150% higher. 50 crores, now it is 100 crore, double. Medium enterprises 50 crore, now it is 125 crores. And earlier turnover was 250 crores, now it is again double 500 crores. This definition is very, very important. You have to remember these two areas basically. So they are going to help you or achieve like one question you can expect in the coming examination. Sometime they'll give you like about 2-3 enterprises, and then they'll ask you they fall under which category as per the definition and all. Okay? I'll come up with those kind of question also, and the simple straightforward question can be there, or there can be a statement based question based on the turnover as well as the investment limit. So this is very, very important for all of us, right? Chalo, next one. There are some government initiatives. I'll not suggest that you go thoroughly these particular. Just let's have an eye on these particular one. See, there was only 1 year, that was May 2023, when they asked question around these one. Apart from that, they did not ask any question. Budgetary announcement is something coming toward the PSL things or the MSMEs things that you have to or you need to cover, right? So when it comes to the major government initiatives, we have Make in India 2014. It got launched in 2014. So basically, to increase the self-reliance things or to boost manufacturing, entrepreneurship, and innovation across various sectors. You do not have to remember these targets and all. Stand Up India was introduced to support women and SC/ST entrepreneurs by providing them loan ranging from 10 lakh to 1 crores to start their greenfield businesses, means of fresh business. These loan are provided at concessional interest rate to encourage business ownership among disinvestment groups. Disadvantages group. Next one, आपका emergency credit line guarantee scheme was introduced during the COVID, offer 3 lakh crore rupees in collateral free credit to MSMEs. 3 lakh crore rupees collateral free loan to MSMEs. This scheme aimed to help businesses overcome financial stress, maintain cash flow, and restart operation during the pandemic. Production link incentive scheme. These two schemes are very, very important. This and this aapka. So PLI, 13 sectors are generally part of this one to support these 13 sectors. 1.97 lakh crore rupees allocations, including textile, automobile, steel, telecom, pharmaceutical. I'll go through those particular ones. Interest subsidy eligibility certificates, financial support under the scheme for the Khadi institutions, enabling them to borrow from bank to bridge the gap between government budgetary allocations and actual financial requirements for the Khadi production. Okay. So when it comes to the PLI, so you do not have to remember these allocations. Just do remember this part. Okay. These are the 13 sectors. There are some areas when they have asked which of the following is not part of the PLI sector. So you have to be careful around these ones. Okay? So mobile manufacturing and specific electronic component, critical key starting materials, drug intermediation and active pharmaceutical ingredients, manufacturing of medical devices and 10 key sectors, automobile and auto components, pharmaceutical drug, then we have specialty steel, we have telecom and networking product, electronic technology, white goods, food products, textile product, high efficiency solar PV modules, and advanced chemistry cell. So they generally comes under this particular one. Okay? So these are the 13 sectors which are generally part of the your आपका PLI scheme. Okay? Now summary will help you to revise things. Okay? And once we will done with the module A, I'll provide your compilation documents. So you can keep that particular documents with yourself handy, and whenever you plan your आपका revision schedule and all, just go through that particular one. Okay? That will not include the question, but for the concept summary, so that you do not have to purchase any book for this particular examination. For JIB, I never recommend book. For CIB, yes. Okay? So for this one, I'll create a module wise document for all subject, all 4 subject, so you can go through those particular one, right? And if you are like, if somebody is preparing from last 2-3 months and if they need some additional material also, you can ping me on WhatsApp. I have shared my number also to him, or you can ping me on chat itself. I'll share those particular one as well. So MSMEs, आपका MSMEs play a key role in Indian economy growth, innovation and employment due to their high employment potential and low capital needs. They contribute 45% of manufacturing, 40% of export and 28% of India's GDP. Nearly employed around 120 million people. PSL 40% of ANBC general rule. Other rule also we have discussed. Again. Revised MSME definition promote business growth while how it promote the business growth, because basically now more and more companies will fall under the category of MSME, so they'll get government subventions or as well as the different schemes toward these MSMEs promotion. As per the recent data, there is 36.1 million MSME unit, contribute 6.11% in manufacturing GDP and service the same. Make in India initiative support these areas. New process, the 4 pillar of Make in India, this get asked so many times. आपका new process, infrastructure, sector and new mindset. New process, new infrastructure, new sectors and new mindset, it is called. Startup India scheme facilitate new businesses with better finance, tax benefit and simplified procedures to start ventures. Infrastructure, including social infrastructure. So when it comes to the infrastructure, Indian economy as a developing in nature. So there are so many areas where we or government they need to work. Like we have 2 major categorization: hard infrastructure, which is highways, dam, or airports and others, port and all, and soft infrastructure where we have healthcare, education. So these related construction and all, and that is very important for any emerging economy or any developing nations, so they can at least meet with the development measures and all, right? So when it comes to the development measure, it include the basic facilities which we generally provide to our peoples. So infrastructure and economic development, they are correctly interlinked. So we have energy powered transport system like railways, civil aviation and all. Concept of social sector and social infrastructure like healthcare, education and all, they generally comes under this. Development of health infrastructure, these are the subtopics which are generally part of this one. So first I will be summarizing all these subtopics, then we will be practicing a set of questions. So whatever content is required from that particular unit, that we will discuss. Okay? So we'll be keep things like about your timing things and all. Okay? We do not have to go for the old datas and all. Okay? But there are something which you need to remember, which is in static in nature, that you have to at least cover. Okay? So when it comes to the infrastructure, as I told you, right, being a developing nation, there are so many areas where we or government they need to work. So that include major two categories, hard and soft infrastructure, and they are very crucial for the India's economic development and all, and to increase the development target of the economy. So growth versus development. Development is all about how we are building the economic ecosystem which is benefiting to all, right? So infrastructure, when it comes to the economic infrastructure, so these are the crucial investment, increasing capital stock and promoting economic development. Basically, with the help, if we'll have proper road transport, education system, healthcare system, so road and transport, they'll increase the connectivity, and the basic facilities like education, healthcare and others, that generally provide sustainabilities of these particular cities, right? So traditionally, infrastructure in India was mainly funded by the government, but nowadays we have public-private partnership. So due to limited public resources and the need to allocate funds to health and education, private sector involvement is being promoted. So now the current model about the infrastructure development, which is linked with the your public-private partnership. Okay? So financing resources at vary across sectors like railway and nuclear power, basically where we have government monopolies, and these sectors are not open to the private one. Okay? So some sector rely on government spendings, other funded by the overseas development aid also, and some are driven by private sector investment like education, healthcare and others. These are the examples. Okay. Public private partnership is emerging as a preferred model for the infrastructure development. National Investment and Infrastructure Fund, NIIF, which was get announced in the Union Budget of 15-16 with 20,000 crore rupees, was set up by government to boost the infrastructure financing in India, right? So infrastructure versus economic development. So infrastructure is the backbone of the economic growth and long-term developments. It includes physical, natural and organizational structure that support economic activities. Economic infrastructure promote mobility of labor and capital across region and economies. As I told you, like as I gave you an example of this, like let's say we have golden quadrilateral highway project. Yeah, so that generally connect all the four major cities. So if we'll have a proper connectivity, then we can move out the resources from one place to another one, and we can like convert those particular one, and we can manage the proper supply chain management and all, and we can facilitate to the people. So high quality infrastructure boosts productivity and output, enable job creation also, ensure efficient circulation of commodities and raw materials, reduce inefficiencies and optimize resources uses. So example, आपका like we have road, port, airports, bridges, railways, water supply, sewage, power, telecom, irrigation. So these all are generally the examples of infrastructure, like they generally categorize under the hard infrastructure, and they are very important for the like if you talk about the economic importance, so they do have a very important role. Okay. Good infrastructure supports production and transport of quality goods and services, establishment of social institution like schools, hospitals and all, that generally comes under this. So broadly, this get asked so many times. Please do remember this one for 1 marks or half marks. Okay. The differences between hard infrastructure and soft infrastructure. Sometimes they'll ask you the question, which of the following is not a soft infrastructure or hard infrastructure? We will be practicing question. So hard infrastructure, physical asset like road, pipelines, port, airports and all. And soft infrastructure like financial institutions or financial system, education, healthcare, law enforcement. So these are the major examples of this particular. They further categorize between physical and social also. Okay? So infrastructure that can be also categorized under physical and social. So basically this comes under the physical and this comes under the social infrastructure, right? Concept of social sectors and social infrastructure. Okay, social basically that is something meant to be for the consumption of the societies and all, right? So which include like everything like school education or your healthcare services or the transport system and all. Okay. So health, education, water supply, transportation, agriculture, irrigation. So these are the examples under the social infrastructure. Okay. Management of natural resources like water, forest, land, energy, welfare program, and public services. The Indian social sector is vital for national growth and human developments. Key components like these are the key components. Okay? So health, education, poverty reduction, sanitation, and housing. These contribute improving the overall well-being of the humans. Government expenditure on these services indicate its commitment to social developments. So basically, social infrastructure that generate positive externalities that benefit society and boost economic welfare. Education and health are proven to influence economic growth. Investment in human capital like education, training, skill development, healthcare, they enhance the labor productivity and societal welfares. Public investment infrastructure like education, health, housing, connectivity is essential for the inclusive development. Okay? So this is something about the introduction part of your infrastructure or the different type of infrastructure. Very basic one, very static one. You all know about these particular thing, I know. See, the point is, at least we have to go through these kind of content once. I'll provide you a compilation of the module wise for the entire module. Module A and module C is bit static, but module B and module D are conceptual. Okay? So we will be requiring long hour session also, but we will do it. Whatever is required for your JIB examination, we are going to fulfill that particular one. Okay? So some historic context also. Okay? Pre-independence era saw a neglect of social sector, hurting productivity. So independence literacy rate was only 17% at the time of independence, and life expectancy was around 32.5 years. Right now it is around 69 years for the Indians. That time it was only 32.5 years. So this is just because of not having the proper facilities like hospitals, or not having the proper education or the infrastructure. So that's why this was very least. Okay? And education also, you can see it was 17% only, right? As of now, the literacy rate is about 74.40%, and if it comes to the expectancy rate, it is about 69 point something years. So that's why it is mentioned 70 years. Okay? Trend आपका during the pandemic, government spending on social sectors services rose significantly. Government, they generally basically during the COVID-19, 1.56 lakh crore rupees relief package was released by Government of India. And apart from that, monetary policy reduction was there by 250 basis point and all. So basically the idea is around the increasing the money supply in the economy, so we can have, or people can have overall facilities and all. So current expenditure on social services like health, education and all by the center and state is around 9% of GDP. Okay? India's GDP as well. Okay? So there are some key projects there are some key infrastructure related areas or the schemes government which are generally launched by the Government of India. So water management infrastructure, which include drinking water supply, wastewater treatments, and flood control, which is regulated under Water Prevention and Control of Pollution Act 1974 to combat pollution. Communication related infrastructure cover telecoms, internet, and broadcasting with government initiative like 100% FDI in telecom. The production link आपका incentive scheme, ठीक है, PLI, which we have discussed in our previous case session also, and national optical fiber networks related schemes, ठीक है, which is something related to your आपका connectivities around with the internet, ठीक है, with the help of optical fibers. Critical infrastructure, like the most important for the basically for the basic requirements of people like healthcare, communications, or the telecommunication, education and all, that generally comes under this. Support the economy including electricity, transport, telecommunication, water supply, public health, financial services and security. These sectors ensure stability and development in India's infrastructure landscape. So to achieve these particular areas, there are so many initiatives, some government initiatives or schemes or the different budgetary announcements were there. Okay? And they are part of your book also. Okay? And there are few schemes which are still in basically the government is continuously allocating funds to those particular scheme, so which you have to remember, right? So key government initiative, golden quadrilateral highways. Basically it's a highway project connecting all four major cities of the India: Delhi, Mumbai, Kolkata and Chennai. So it's one of the most significant highway project aimed at connecting four major cities: Delhi, Mumbai, Kolkata and Chennai, which got initiated in 2000. It play a crucial role in enhancing trade and transport across the country. So if we'll have connectivity, then only we will be able to mobilize resources from one place to another, and we'll have a proper distribution of resources, so people can or basically we can avail those particular benefits and all, and the pricing will be at lower side. Bharatmala Pariyojana, again, infrastructure investment 2021 or 22. India's largest road infrastructure investment program with an investment of more than 100 billion US dollar. It focused on highway expansion, connectivity improvements, and corridor efficiency. This is also effective. Again, government every years they generally announce or allocate budget to this one, and like so many times I hope you guys heard about the आपका union Ministry of Road and Transport. They generally launch the different projects and all, right? PM Gati Sakti, again this initiative was very important, 22-23 budget. So National Master Plan for Multimodal Connectivity, launched in Union Budget 22-23, aim at bringing together 16 ministries including railway and roadways for coordinated infrastructure planning and executions. Okay. So the government plan to develop multimodal logistic parks to improve the cargo movements efficiently or efficiency. These park will be implemented through the public-private partnership model, ensuring private sector investments also. Okay. Apart from this, Kavach, this is something related to railway security. When two rails move in the same direction or in the same platform, so they'll automatically get stopped with a like a distance of 100 meters or that more than that, right? So is an indigenous world-class railway technology that aim to improve safety and capacity augmentations in railway networks. 2000 kilometers railway track are being equipped with covers to prevent the accidents and enhance efficiency. But now this is outdated. They are not going to ask this particular one. This was like 3-4 years ago news and the initiative. The Parvatmala Pro initiative आपका ठीक है. So it is something related to ropeways to connect the hill areas or to connect to cover that distance, or even for the tourism purpose also. We have Parvatmala, and where we have around 8 projects which got awarded, and with a 60 kilometers of ropeways and all. So National Ropeway Development Program designed to improve connectivity in hilly areas. Contract were awarded to 8 ropeway project with 60 kilometers. National Industrial Corridor Program is designed to develop futuristic industrial cities in India that enhance manufacturing, attract investment, create job, contribute to the economic growth. Okay, so these are some initiatives. I'll not say to go for any sort of ratification, and even let's say if they announce something in budget also, they never ask any direct question from the budget itself. Okay, like let's say government come up with some new schemes and all, so you do not have to worry about those particular things. In JIB examination, you never see any questions. They'll ask the broader aspect of that particular one, but that we'll be covering with the practice and all. Okay? This is just for a reference purpose. You do not have to go for any sort of ratification. So let's summarize this particular one: infrastructure and growth. So infrastructure, which is essential for the economic growth, covering physical, natural and organizational system vital for the long-term development. Hard infrastructure, which include road, port, airport, pipelines, आपका necessary for the industrial economy. Soft infrastructure, social related things, include institutions that support economy such as financial system, education, healthcare, law enforcement. It include social infrastructure again. Green infrastructure sometimes again. So emphasis on the improvement of natural ecosystem and life support services. They provide promoting environmental sustainability, right? Apart from this, social infrastructure compromises health, education, water, transport, agriculture, infrastructure, irrigation, natural resources management, welfare programs and services. Private externalities. So social infrastructure positively impact economic growth and well-beings. Human capital investments, like education, skill, training and all. Pandemic lessons, which we have discussed, and healthcare spending. This data is not required. Okay? So this is outdated data because it was given in your book, but now you can ignore these kind of data. Okay? They do not have any sort of relevancy. Now we will be practicing a questions. Okay? This is more than sufficient for this particular topic, right? National Education Plan. Okay, there are some other things also. Okay. So NEP 2000, which generally replaced our old education system. Okay. So the four pillars: आपका accessibility, equity, quality, and accessibility. Okay. Accountability. So these are the four pillars of National Education Policy 2020, and this point is very important. Okay. Family welfare programs, so aim to stabilize population and provide quality health services, especially for the women and children. Population management, considered the core aim for the family welfare programs. Health infrastructure significance, used for the critical metrics to assess the healthcare policies and the welfare system as well, right? Unit number 6, globalization concept, globalization and its advocacy, globalization and its impact on India. This subtopic is important. Fair globalization and need for policy framework. Globalization in reverse gear means the deglobalization, which is generally part of this particular one. So guys, when it comes to the globalization, now we all, like every economy, they are part of the globalization. It is all about integration of the world economies, right? So we do have dependency on other countries, and other countries, they do have dependency on us. Okay, since the major reforms with regard to globalization that happened in 1991, when we come up with new economic reforms, right? So we have discussed this particular one in our planning for Indian economy unit, right? So it is all about where we generally start focusing on things. We start procuring technology or the machines and others from the other countries. We do have the raw materials and all, so we can convert them into the fixed or the final goods, and we can do the exports and all. That was the primary agenda of this particular one, right? So globalization, which refer to the increasing economic integration among the nations, it date back on to the 18th century, but faced a setback during the World War One and the Great Depression and World War Two, right? So World War Two was the time when we come up with this mixed economic structure, but these things which generally divide the world, right? So especially World War One and World War Two after. So the term was revived. The term was revived by the mid of 1980s by Organization for Economic Development and Cooperation. The economic cooperation and development, which is known as OECD. So OECD, which again recoined this particular terminology, and they generally give the importance of interconnections of these particular economies, and how with this integration of the economies, how we can facilitate or help each others, or how we can have the maximum utilization of resources. So WTO, World Trade Organization, define it unrestricted cross-border flows of goods, services, capital, and labor. So basically, when it comes to the WTO, World Trade Organization, they are generally responsible for the policy frameworks and doing some sort of research and for the overall development of international trade. When it comes to international trade, it is all about import exports, and nowadays it is not only restricted to international trade of goods and services. Now it is like the FDI, FIIs, or even the tourism and others. They also contribute a huge to the economy. Like especially in case of India, they have tourism have a very like we can say in our GDP, they have a huge contribution as well, right? So in India, globalization began formally with new economic policy, which come up with the LPG model, liberalization, privatization, and globalization in 1990, 91, 92, and that become game changer for the Indian economy. So globalization and its advocacy. So it is growing interconnectedness of global economies, culture and population through the trade, technology, investment in knowledge. So countries that embrace globalization, they have these many benefits: wider variety of goods and services, lower cost, better employment opportunities, and improve health and living standards. So key drivers are basically investment, technology, profilifications. We have a strong institution in economic policies, skilled workforce, and market economy. So it involves movement of labor and technology across border. It impact culture, politics, and environment globally. So these are some areas which are generally around this particular one, correct? So advantages for the developing nations, especially a country like India, catching up with the developed nations, more manufacturing and diversification in job creation, cross-border trade and technology transfer, reduce trade barriers, promote social justice and human right awareness. These are the some advantages. So basically, when two economies interact, like Indian economy and US economy, or Indian economy or some other economy, European economies, okay. So they do have different like strength areas and all. So while we do some sort of collaboration, they are generally going to help both the economies. Okay. So like sometime, like let's say we have land, labor, and like when it comes to the economic resources, so we have land, labor, entrepreneurship, and capital. Out of the four resources, we do have three resources enough with India. These are land, labor, and entrepreneurship, but we do not have capital. So when it comes, the capital flow comes from some other countries. So the four become like jointly with those particular four, we can have some sort of utilization or mobilization of other resources also. Okay? So for the productivity, it is necessary that we'll be requiring all the four resources of the economy. So we can have a maximum utilization. So we do have land, we do have aapka labor, we have entrepreneurial mindset, and but the money is, or the capital is lacking in some ways, like technology, machineries, and all. So that's sake, we like when these kind of inflows come in the term of FDI or FII, they generally boost the overall output. Okay? And that output, that generally help. Like whenever an FDI came, so in that particular situation, we are not only receiving the money, we are also receiving the technology or the management style of that particular company, right? So that help, like eventually Indians are going to work in that particular organization, so they learn things from that particular one, so we can apply those particular things in other areas also, right? So that is the kind of a benefit from this one. Fair globalization, when it comes to the fair globalization, social cohesion, it promote equal distribution, government role, policy support. Then we have inclusive and democratic approach. We have equal opportunities. So social cohesion promote mutual understanding and dialogue among the nations to ensure inclusiveness, like India and Russia, India and Israel, and all. Equal distribution ensure that benefit of globalization are shared equally among all, and including workers also. Okay? So everybody should get benefited, or the parties or the economies involving in that particular one, there should be a win-win situation for both the sides. So must protect citizens' right and entitlement through the appropriate measures. Policy support requires strong policies at local, national, and regional and global level for the fair globalization practices. Need to be inclusive. Then we have democratically govern and provide real benefit to all. Equal opportunities should ensure equal access to opportunities and respect diversity in development needs also. Okay? So these are some areas around this particular. Now there are some challenges. Okay? So when it comes to the globalization, its impact and challenges. So globalization involve increased interconnectedness through the trade, technology, and flow of investment, people, and knowledge. Supporters argue that it help developing countries grow through the manufacturing, economic development, and improve living standards. In India, globalization has led economic policy changes, higher income, better job, and more consumer options. It has also influenced production, consumer behavior in India. Fair globalization requires mutual understanding and dialogue among government and organization to promote social cohesion. So we have discussed these one. It should support economic, social, and environmental development at all level, reducing global dependency or deregulation. Sorry, deglobalization is a counter process. Okay. So economic and geopolitical crisis have strained globalization, with WTO rule allowing trade protection within the limit also. Protectionism, which is deglobalization, can lead to reduced trade, higher prices, and subsidies to protected industries. Recent event like Britain exit from the Eurozone, the BRIC exit, the US withdrawal from trade tariff partnership, US-China trade dispute, COVID-19 pandemic, Russia-Ukraine war, or Israel and other wars have fluid anti-globalization sentiments also, right? So this is all about your globalization. Very simple, very small one, and half marks to 1 marks question. Most of the time it can be for 1 marks, but it won't go beyond that 1 marks and all. And if you have gone through this much of content, this is more than sufficient. We will be discussing one set of question also, and I'll be providing the unit wise practice, so we won't miss any points from this particular unit, right? So globalization is the growing interconnectedness of world economies, culture, population, by trade, technology, investment in knowledge exchange. So it helped them to grow manufacturing, diversification, and economic development and higher living standards. Impact on India. Globalization has transformed Indian economic policies, production, and consumer behavior. It'll higher per capita income, more job opportunities, and greater product choices are some positive effect. Fair globalization emphasizes dialogue and mutual understanding across border to ensure social cohesion. Support system. Fair globalization relies on interlinked pillars of economic, social, and environmental sustainability at all level. Deglobalization means after the trend reducing globalization integration, known as deglobalization. It is growing in response of certain pressures. Deglobalization is just opposite of globalization. It is something where economies are going through the protectionism. Protectionism is basically we have open economy, closed economy. It is something we are moving from open to closed economy, right? Open economy, they do trade in they do have relation with other countries. Most of the economies in the world, or every economy, is open economy nowadays, but some economies like North Korea and earlier upper USSR, they used to have that closed things. They originally believe in protectionism of their economies and all, right? So crisis impact, this we have discussed also. Consequences of protectionism lead to reduced trade, price increase, and subsidies to shield domestic industries. Even sometime India also used to do the same things, where we put some sort of trade tariffs and trade embargoes on goods imported from China, right? That is a protectionism, because we are protecting our domestic players so they can manufacture, or we can improve the overall manufacturings, and they can sell their product in the market, right? Because China is a country who always work on the price penetration and all. Recent events they generally push world economy somewhere toward the deglobalization or protectionism. Unit number 7, which is all about economic reforms. Very important unit. You guys can expect at least downside 2 marks question based on this particular one, and this is something which is help you in there is one topic in your module D, which is economic reforms, module C, sorry, last topic. Okay. So where also this is generally going to help you. Okay. It is all about the overall economic reforms, which include transformation phase, which include economic transformation, real sector, that new economic policies, LPG model. Then we have financial sector, especially that there are different reforms in capital market, debt market, forex market, as well as banking sector reforms, right? So these are generally part of this particular one, which we are going to discuss in this session, right? So first we will be discussing the concept part. Just after that, we will practice a set of questions so we can build our understanding around this particular topic. So let's start with the basic discussion, which is economic reforms. So basically, when it comes to economic reforms, if you talk about the like with reference to Indian economy or Indian economic context, so the major reforms that happened during 1990s or 91, 92, that is also known as new economic reforms, and they are generally considered one of the most prominent reforms for Indian economy. That liberalization, privatization, and globalization. Okay. And they generally provided an economy-wise boost. So that time our overall reserve was only 10 billion US dollar, and with that we can do trade for only 1 week or 1 month. Okay. Nowadays it is around or it is almost after 700 billion US dollar plus. So with that particular amount, we can do basically hassle-free trade for next 18 to 20 months, right? So during that particular period, there was so many crises, or even there was some sort of problems with the government rules and regulations. There was so many restrictions on the private sectors and all. So we generally understood that particular need of the privatization and liberalization, and we start building connection with the international countries or international bodies, or like we it is simply saying it is something about the expansion of Indian economy. Okay? So we generally move toward to the open economic structure of the economy itself, right? So I hope everybody know about these particular one. So new economic reforms 1991, which is known as LPG model, okay, that is called liberalization, privatization, and globalization, right? So we triggered by serve economic crisis due to rise in external debt and poor management in 1980s. This was kind of one of the worst period for Indian economy post independent. So basically there was lots of issues with Indian economy and economy related activities. Our current account deficit was very high, and even the business environment was very restricted during that particular period. There was a huge gap between rich and poor. Okay? So to overcome with these particular one, we come up with the liberalization. When it comes to liberalization, it is something changing the laws. Okay? It is something like at present it is generally known as ease of doing business. Okay? So earlier there was so many restrictions was there. Okay? Like we have restrictions like that red tape system, lands related issues and all. So government they generally ease those particular areas with this particular reforms. So trade regulation to boost economic activity, open market for international investors, multinationals, and remove barriers like industrial licensing and import restrictions with this particular step or initiative. Privatization, where we start giving license to the private parties in the core business areas. Earlier, they was limited to the government. Maximum ownership in the core businesses was belongs to government, and government only can start those kind of businesses. So now, after this particular one, we start giving license to the private parties also, and even in case of banking system also, we start giving licenses to private banks and all. And this sector also got evolved. So shift focus from private sector by reducing public sector dominance, emerged foreign practitioners and FDI, and fosters competition in Indian goods and services. The final one is globalization, where we start interacting with other countries. We start importing machineries, technologies from other countries, so we can convert our raw material into the finished good. So we can sell those particular finished good to the different countries, and we can support our current account deficit and all. Okay? So or even that is generally known as balance of payment. So, integrated Indian economy with the global market, integration of Indian economy with global market, increasing reliance on global trade and FDI, attracting foreign capital, technology, and knowledge to enhance domestic capacity. When it comes to the economic resources, so we have land, labor, capital, and entrepreneurship. So when it comes to the out of four resources, we have three resources in a sufficient quantity like land, labor, and entrepreneurship. Okay. But when it comes to the capital, okay, we do not have that much of money, or even like technological advancement was very least during that particular period. So we ease the norms, we allow private parties to invest in our economy, and we start importing wherever it is required, if it is machinery or technologies and all. So we can mobilize other resources of the economy, and this way we can increase our output so that we can reach to a like we can export goods from our country, and even we can build the self reliance or self sufficiency also, right? So when it comes to the banking sector, okay, so where we have two committees, they are very very important. Every time you will see for sure one question for 1 marks or downside 1 marks, or it can be for 2 marks also. That is about the Narasimham committee. Okay? Every time, sometime you'll see question based on Narasimham committee 1, and sometime it is about 2. Okay? One is 1991 and 2 is आपका 1998. So basically, when it comes to Narasimham committee reports on banking sector, so this is something related to banking sector reforms. Apart from Narasimham committee, also we have so many other committees like Verma committee on weak banks, Malhotra committee on insurance sectors, and others. We'll talk about these particular one also. So the primary objectives of strengthening the banking sector, improving the asset quality, system and methods in banks, structural issues and technological upgradations. These were some key highlights. Apart from that also, there were so many things. But before coming to these particular one, let's have a look around this particular one. This slide will give you half marks in your upcoming examination for sure. Because every time, like last question was based on the Verma committee recommendation on weak banks. So there was a straightforward question like which of the following committee was related to weak banks in India. Sometime we'll see around the Malhotra committee and others. So banking sector reforms in India have focused on improving efficiency, competitiveness, and stability of the Indian banks. To achieve these particular goals, government established several committees. One is Chakravarti committee, which is related to monetary policy. So monetary policy. The another one is Narasimham committee 1, which is आपका financial sector reforms or banking sector reforms. Then we have Padmabhan committee, which is regarding to review of supervision. Then again we have Narasimham committee 2, banking sector reforms 1997. It get the recommendations of Narasimham committee was get implemented in 1998, or this is आपका one was established in 1991, and the recommendations of this particular one started in 1992. So you do not have to confuse around 1991 or 1992 or 1907 or आपका 98. ठीक है? Verma committee, it was related to weak banks, 1998. Then we have आपका RH Khan committee, which is harmonization of role of financial institutions and banks to assess and recommended improvement for the sectors itself. Okay? So many times you guys will see questions around these particular one. So these are the core committees with regard to banking sector reforms. Okay? Every time for half marks, this is something which is going to give you half marks in your upcoming examination. Sometimes it can be for 1 marks or 2 marks, where they'll ask you to pair these particular one. Okay? Like let's say financial sector reforms, then the other side will be आपका Narasimham committee. Let's say Verma committee, weak banks. So you have to match those particular one. Understood? Let's move forward, guys. So now, when it comes to the overall development of banking sector or economic developments, so we have different phases. Like we have pre-independence, we have liberalization phase, we have economic reforms, and the present one, right? So I hope most of people are aware about this particular one. This is something which is a static data. So we'll quickly go through this one. So phase 1, it is आपका the early stage of the banking system. So the first bank in India, Bank of Hindustan. So Bank of Hindustan, which was established in 1770. It was established in Calcutta. So first bank, it is generally categorized as first bank in India. Alexander and Company who established this particular bank, and it is tagged as the first bank in India. Then we have establishment of other banks like State Bank of India. State Bank of India actually came in existence on 1st of July 1955. Originally, which is known as आपका Bank of Calcutta 1806. There was 3 presidency bank, Bank of Calcutta, Bank of Bombay, and Madras. In 1921, we merged all these 3 banks and we created Imperial Bank. Okay, now then after in 1955, Imperial Bank was taken over by the RBI and they renamed it as a SBI under SBI Act 1955, right? So we have Swadeshi movements after him. Establishment of bank with Indian capital, Bank of India, Punjab National Bank. Then we have regulatory framework. RBI get established under RBI Act 1934, which start working from 1st of April 1935 itself. Okay. You guys will hardly see question around this particular one. In my experience, from last 4 to 5 years, there was no question, but they are given in your book, and even these things will get repeated with time also. Again, so you do not have to take any sort of tension for these particular one, and I'll not recommend any sort of rectification for these particular one. You will be able to remember these. Okay. So the post independence आपका phase 2 1947 to mid 80s आपका. So nationalization of bank, this was get asked this time. How many bank was get nationalized in 1969 and 1980? This was the question. Everybody know 19 bank, आपका 14 bank 1969. ठीक है. So 19th of July 1969, 14 bank with 50 crore rupees capital. 1980, six other bank get nationalized with an initial capital of 200 crore rupees. Okay. So nationalization of Reserve Bank of India happened in 1949. RBI was nationalized. Under RBI get nationalized on 1st of January 1949. Under the act was RBI transfer of public ownership. Okay. So the act was आपका transfer of public ownership. Please do remember this one. Some people get confused. Okay. Public ownership Act 1948. Okay. So 1948. Some people get confused with BR Act and this act. So RBI get nationalized under RBI Transfer of Public Ownership Act 1949. Okay. Then we have Banking Regulation Act. We passed Banking Regulation Act, which generally regulate and supervise bank in India. Okay. So to control and regulate banking system. Nationalization of bank 1969. 14 major bank was get nationalized in 1969, and in 1986 other bank was get nationalized. Okay. Formation of regional rural banks आपका 1975, and Prathama Gramin Bank was the very first RRB in India. Again, so now we are moving toward the one state, one RRB. So number will come down, right? So 28 RRBs will be there. So after this particular mergers and all. Then we have phase 3, liberalization and reforms 1991 onwards. So this we have already discussed. So there was so many committees and areas. Narasimham Committee 1991 and 1998. So recommendations for financial sector reforms leading to a roadmap for banking sector liberalization. Liberalization and entry of new banks, licensing granted to private sector banks. Prudential norms and Basel Accords. So introduction and adoption of Basel 1. So Basel 1 actually came in the year of 1988, but we start adopting that particular one just after the Basel 1 committee. Narasimham 1 committee. So Narasimham, like when Narasimham 1 committee get implemented in the banking system in 1992. So we generally adopted that Basel 1 as it is. But later on, we made some sort of changes. When Narasimham 2 committee came in 1998, so we increased the CAR level from 8% to 9%. As per the Basel requirement, Basel 1 requirements, it was actually 8%. Even today's still it is 8%. But Narasimham committee, they recommended we should maintain some additional capital because the risk weight is high or the dependency on banking system is high if you study the Indian economy, right? Technological advancement, we start working on computers and others. So emergence of internet banking, ATMs, mobile banking, focus on financial inclusion, Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana, Payment Bank, Small Finance Bank, Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code 2016. So framework for resolving insolvency and consolidation of public sector bank, आपका merger of various public sector banks with each other. That is the something which is generally part of this particular one. Now present status, if you talk about the present status, so digital revolution is one of the major we can say achievements during this particular period, especially tool like AI, uses of AI and big datas, or UPI, or the other like 24/7 payment gateways and all. So further expansion in digital banking and fintech innovations, asset quality challenges team. So NPA management and resolution, and nowadays like we for this particular one we come up with the PCA thing, prompt corrective action, and now there is no bank in PCA category. If you especially talk around the public sector banks and all, and even we also introduced the other areas like that bad banks and all, they recently come into force. So they generally solve these particular problems. Global integration, participation in global financial market. COVID pandemic was the period where we realized so many things, and that digitalization of banking system which got a boost during that particular period as well, right? So apart from these particular one, so we'll come to those other reforms also, core economic reforms. But first we'll talk about the your banking sector reforms, Narasimham Committee 1, which get implemented in 1992. So the committee was formed in 1991, but the recommendations of this particular committee, which get implemented from 1992, aim to improve the financial health and efficiency of commercial bank in India. This is something which is very, very important. So I'll give double star to this one. For sure, you guys are going to face one question around this or the Narasimham Committee too. Okay? So aim to improve the financial health and efficiency of commercial bank in India. Government appointed a committee on financial system under the M. Narasimham, leading to RBI issue new guidelines on income recognitions, asset classifications, and provisioning in 1992, focusing on credit risk and recovery management. Okay? So initially the major or the primary agenda of this particular committee was around the to strengthen the capital base of the bank, okay? And how we should deal with NPAs or the obligor risk or borrower risk, and what should be the provisioning criteria for these different type of loans or NPAs. That was the major concern. Okay? So apart from this, we also focus on some other areas like capital adequacy norms. So this was the very first time when we adopted Basel I CAR at 8%. Okay? So progressive reduction of cash reserve ratio and SLR. At that time, CRR and SLR was at higher side. So committee, they generally recommended to reduce these particular one, gradually reduce these particular one. Deregulation of lending rate, credit delivery, debt recovery tribunals. So we come up with the DRT, debt recovery tribunals, appeal tribunals, lok adalats and all. A strong supervisory system, entry to new private banks, and merger and amalgamation. So these were some key areas or suggestions of Narasimham Committee 1 during this particular period itself. Okay? So basically 1998, then the second one. Okay? Narasimham Committee 2, 1998 आपका, ठीक है, chaired by Narasimham, to review the progress of banking sector reforms and strengthen the Indian financial system. Okay? So 1992, whatever recommendations was provided by the Narasimham Committee, so how bank are doing or following those prudential guidelines and all. So for that one, again we set up a committee, again that is led by the Narasimham. Okay? So during 1992, Narasimham Committee 1, there was lots of guidelines. So how banks are adopting these particular one, and how they're fulfilling the criterias and all, and what challenges they are facing, and what new things should be part of that particular one. So we come up with this particular one. Okay? So the major आपका second phase of focus, which is around the deregulation of branch licensing. Okay? So we start giving licenses to banks to open new branches and all. Okay? Implementation of prudential norms and disclosure requirements, strengthening capital adequacy standards. Okay? So earlier it was आपका 8%. Now with आपका this with Narasimham Committee 2, so we start implementing at 9%. Okay? So Narasimham Committee 1, which were purely aligned with the BCBS recommendations to maintain CAR of CAR against your risk weight asset at 8%. But in 1998, with the recommendations of Narasimham committee, or which is also known as Narasimham committee 2, we increase that particular one to 9%. And today itself, it is 9%, right? So do remember this particular thing. This get asked so many times, the differences between these two. If they ask for the first, so 8%, and second, it was 9%. Okay? So 1998, the recommendations was first, strengthening of bank in India. So emphasis a strong banking system to managing domestic liquidity and exchange rate, recommending mergers of strong bank to enhance industry impact. Narrow banking, we start coming up with this particular concept again. So in first one, we talk around the private banking. Here we talk around the narrow banking concept and all, right? So address high NPA up to 20% of asset in some public sector bank by proposing narrow banking concept where weak banks would invest only in short term and a risk-free asset for rehabilitations. Capital adequacy requirement, it is increased to 9%. Recommended raising the minimum capital adequacy ratio to 9%. The banking system strength and loss absorption capacity to build that particular one. Bank ownership, again, there was some recommendation around this. So committee noted government control over the bank management and ownership, limit bank autonomy. So recommending a review of board of banks to enable professional corporate strategies, reviewing banking laws. So the committee identify an urgent need to review and amend major laws like RBI Act, Banking Regulation Act, SBI Act, Nationalization Act and all to align with the banking sector current needs and all. Okay. Additional recommendations, the committee also suggested faster computerization, technological upgradation, staff training, depolitizing banks, professionalism in banking, and review bank recruitment processes and all. So these were the recommendations. Now, if you have a question, ki Narasimham committee 1 is important or 2, so both are important first of all. But if you'll ask me, give priority, so my suggestion will be Narasimham committee 2. You have to have remember these particular one. So these pointers and all, they are very, very important one. And whenever we saw question around this particular one, first of all, every time you'll see the question around this one. There is one unit in your module C which is all about these particular one only. Okay? You do not have to re-revise or re-go through those particular one because the content is same and I have kept things in the detail also. Okay? So one dedicated units which is called banking sector reforms, which include all these particular things. So downside 2 marks question based on this, and mostly this question will be statement based. Statement based, like which of the following statement is inaccurate about the Narasimham committee 2, where they'll mention about, like, let's say 8% of CAR. You just have to remember that particular one. All right. Next one. So prudential requirements. So now, apart from this, there are some other financial sector reforms also. So prudential reforms in Indian banking sector. So reduce the overall risk in banking system by aligning international best practices, where we talk around the risk weight capital adequacy norms, updated accounting standards. Then we have differentiated risk assessment for the asset classes. Okay? So when it comes to CRAR, okay, which we have to maintain on our risk weight assets. Okay? So in case of any sort of default by the borrowers, we can compensate with that particular one. So our bank will not fall into any sort of trap. So if you are maintaining this one, accounting standards. So basically updated accounting standards which are aligned with the international standards and all, especially with IFRS. So we can also, our bank, they can have competitions with the international banking system, their profilings and others. And the third one is differentiated risk assessment for asset classes. Like we have segregation, standard asset, special mention account, NPA category and all. And accordingly, we have to maintain the provisioning also, right? So introducing mark-to-market valuation, M2M valuation is generally applicable to trading book of bank. We have 3 books. One is your banking book, which generally deal with deposit and advances. Another one is trading book, which is generally deal with the marketable securities. Like let's say if your bank as a proprietary position, they own some securities. So we cannot keep those particular securities at a fixed price. So we have to make corrections according to the market changes, right? So we introduced this particular one, fund deployment limit in sensitive market. Again, so it is also known as a risk exposure. So we are not going to have some sort of concentration risk on our portfolios. Again, so we will have some sort of exposure limits key in these kind of securities. We are going to invest this much of amount. We will not breach those particular one, and even these all are generally part of your board approval policy also. Okay, so board, they have to sanction the limits for आपका risk exposure, counterparty risk and other also, right? And transitioning to Basel II standards. Reforms like NPA, आपका non-performing assets controlling team, and we have capital adequacy and diversification of operations. We start exploring some other ways. Like earlier, our total reliance was based on traditional accounting or traditional banking. Traditional banking means deposit and advances. Now we are start exploring the other ways also. So bank can generate more income and they can maintain their solvency and liquidity in the long term also. All right. So this is the one. Supervisory reforms. So now we are having some discussion around the other form of reforms which are not core to the banking but other areas also. So supervisory reforms, they can be related to banking or the other form of your other financial market also. So they are generally categorized as financial sector reforms. So for supervisory reforms in Basel II came in 2004, where they recommended there were three pillars. One is minimum capital requirement. Another one was supervisory review process, SRP process. Third one was market discipline. So supervisory review process is something involvement of central bank or regulatory authorities in managing all these entities, right? So supervisory reforms strengthen banking oversight through the Board of Financial Supervision. Then we have nowadays we have two board आपका, one is for banking, another one for NBFCs, covering bank and financial institution NBFCs. Introduced camels आपका, this get asked so many times. Please do remember the abbreviation of camels. So it is capital adequacy, A for asset quality, M for management, E for earnings, L for liquidity, and S for sensitivity to market risks. So these was the parameters. In 2013, it get replaced with inroad system, but this was which was proposed by the BCBS, Basel Committee on Banking Supervision. So please do remember this abbreviation. Sometime examiner, they generally ask around these particular thing. And risk-based supervision for better regulation. Enhance internal audits, statutory auditors role, and corporate governance also. We also focus on due diligence on shareholders and introduce fit and proper tests for directors, the qualification and other things which will be part of this particular one. I hope you guys are getting these particular thing clearly. If you get any sort of questions, you can just take a screenshot or you can send me on chat, or else you can directly message me on Telegram. Okay? And you guys also have my number, so you can also send me on WhatsApp itself, right? Supervisory reforms. Now competition reforms. For sure, you guys will face one question around the different reforms in India, and they have given everything like debt market, capital market, supervisory, competition, and other also, right? Apart from this banking. So address inefficiencies in banking sector by giving up operational autonomy to public sector banks and reducing public ownership. Allow private and foreign banks to enter and increase competition, and establish clear norm for entry of Indian private, foreign, and joint venture bank, enabling FDI and FPI in financial service supports, product and business diversification. So we come up with so many guidelines. Like now, like earlier, the most of the banks were run by the governments. So we liberalize things. We implemented the privatization also. Again, we allow private parties, they can also open banks, or even we also give invitation to foreign banks, they can also enter in Indian market. So but there was some requirements. Again, requirements like if you are coming through the FDI in public sector, you can have maximum ownership up to 20%. In private sector bank, you can have maximum ownership till like 74% after the government approval also. Okay. So these kind of rules and regulation, and even the minimum capital requirements or the other prudential guidelines regarding the establishment of bank in India. So if you met with those particular ones, so you are most welcome in our country to open up and to run a bank itself, right? Market reforms, when it comes to market reforms, aim at liberalizing financial market by removing administrated interest rate and reducing CRR and SLR. So earlier the rate was fixed by the RBI, but now it is decided by the market conditions. And even the rate of CRR and SLR was at higher side, so we gradually decreased that particular one. Okay. Discontinued ad hoc treasury bills and introduced market-based pricing for government securities. Okay. So earlier the rate was fixed, but now we have it is called open market operations, where buyers and sellers, they generally participate, and they like the market will decide the interest rate rather than decided by the government itself. So developed interbank call money market. Interbank means आपका where one bank can borrow money from the other banks for overnight, and auction based repo and reverse repo through the NDS system, or else we can have open market operation to improve short term liquidity management, encourage transparency, market discipline, and efficient payment and settlement system of the banking system or payment and financial system. Institutional and legal reforms, so where we have lok adalats and all again, so or even that recovery system, DRT, DRAT and all, and then we come up with Surface Act in 2002. So included the creation of lok adalat, debt recovery tribunals, asset reconstruction companies, ARCs, and corporate debt restructuring mechanism to speed up the loan recovery. Enacted Surface Act 2002 आपका ठीक है, so 2002 the securitization and enforcement of financial asset. Okay, we'll be discussing this particular one in detail. Okay, this is part of your asset recovery in PPB as well. Okay, all these particular things. So Surface, which is known as securitization and reconstruction of financial asset and enforcement of security interest 2002. So this is the act where without the intervention of court, we can send a notice to the customer. It is applicable on only on collateralized loans. So where customer, they have provided some sort of security or collaterals, it is not applicable on agriculture. So for the speedy recovery things and all, because there was lots many cases which were handled by DRT and DRAT and all. So bank were facing some sort of challenges. There was delays, and if there is delay, so the probability of repayment will get down. So that's why we come up with the Surface also. Establishment of Credit Information Bureau, like institution like CIBIL and all, for tracking borrowers' credit histories, and CCIL for secure settlements of financial instruments. Then we have Banking Ombudsman Scheme 1995 to offer low-cost grievances or no-cost grievances for the customers if they are facing some sort of challenges, or if there is some sort of exploitation of right of the customers, so they can approach to the grievances. So for that one, we have Banking Ombudsman Scheme. Now it is known as Integrated RBI Integrated Ombudsman Scheme 2021. Right. Technological reforms. This is something where we have come up with the IE&IFS, we have NDS, we have RTGS system, establishing a secure communication backbone and enabling real-time settlements and secure base trading. NDS is generally used for the government securities, where basically whenever government auction any security like treasury bills or bonds and also participant banks, they participate through the NDS. RTGS, which is a real-time settlements आपका base, which generally help people. People means आपका parties, those who involve in those kind of trade to make the payments or to receive the payments on real-time basis. Digital banking tool, use of ATM, internet banking, mobile banking, NEFT, RTGS, ECS and others. IT Vision Document 2011-17 formulated by a high-level committee which roadmap guidance IT adoption in banking. Emerging technology like AI and machine learnings allow real-time data analysis and personalized banking services. Digital finance inclusion like PMJDY, Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana, eKYC, or and UPI revolutionized the access to the financial services. जैम ट्रिनिटी, दिस गेट आस्क्ड सो मेनी टाइम आल्सो, ठीक है. जैम इज स्टैंड फॉर जन धन योजना, ठीक है. सो फर्स्ट आपका जन धन योजना, ठीक है. वी हैव आधार बेस्ड बैंकिंग एंड आपका मोबाइल बेस्ड बैंकिंग, ठीक है. सो इट इज कॉल्ड जैम ट्रिनिटी. ट्रिनिटी इज बेसिकली आपका ग्रुप ऑफ 3. So, your Jan Dhan, Aadhaar and Mobile promoted seamless financial inclusion using tech-driven solutions. Direct benefit transfers (DBTs) launched in 2013 to distally transfer subsidies and benefit directly to beneficiaries. Okay? So, like beneficiaries to farmers or any other parties. For that one, we generally use the DBT also, right? So debt market reforms. Debt market means bond market reforms. So when it comes to the bond market, it is one of the biggest financial market in the world. So even in India also, there are so many parties including aapka government, state government, municipal governments, corporate houses, banks. They generally use this particular market to raise long-term funds. Okay? So now for that one, we have debt market, or which is commonly known as bond market. So debt market reforms aim to deepen and modernize the government securities market through the several measures. Like auction system was introduced for better discovery. Foreign institutional investors were allowed to invest in government securities. Automated screen-based trading through NDS, institutional trading on stock exchanges and primary dealers were introduced to improve the liquidity and efficiency. New instruments like 91 days treasury bill, zero coupon bond, floating rate bonds, and capital indexes bonds were launched. OTC, over the counter interest rate derivatives like IRS, interest rate swap, and FRAs, forward rate agreements, were introduced. Negotiated dealing room NDS and real time gross settlement RTGS system was implemented for faster risk-free trading and settlements by a Clearing Corporation of India Limited, which is CCIL. Okay? This is something which is very, very important, right? NDS is a platform basically. It is a platform which is designed and developed by RBI. This, like whenever RBI come up with some sort of securities, auction of securities, or whenever RBI issue some sort of debt on behalf of government of India, so participants or the banks, they can or the primary dealers, they can file their bid, or they can make their bid through this particular software. Okay? While they make the payments, we have to use RTGS, which is again a tool of RBI, and for payment in settlement also, okay, we have CCIL, and payment in settlement which happen on basis of real time. Okay? Gross settlement, one-to-one settlements, right? Forex market reforms. Okay? So Forex, which is governed by the RBI. RBI is generally known as custodian of Forex market. So earlier we used to have FARA Act, Foreign Exchange Regulation Act 1973. Prior to that, we used to have this Forex market was governed through the Defense Act after 1938 or 35. Okay? So then in 1999, we come up with the reforms which is known as FEMA Act 1999, Foreign Exchange Management Act 1999. The difference between FERA and FEMA. FERA was bit conservative. Okay? The primary aim or goal of FERA Act was to conserve the Forex reserve. Okay? So basically what we are doing through the FERA, we just want inward remittances, not outward remittances. But with the help of, or after this globalization and all, people, they start interacting with other economies in the term of import exports or in term of other relation. Nowadays people in organization, they have some sort of global aspirations. To fulfill those particular one, they have to make payments in foreign currencies. But earlier there was so many restrictions by the FARA Act. So we found that need to change in this particular one, and we made those particular changes with the help of FEMA Act 1999, right? So key reforms in Forex market: shift to market determined exchange rate, replacing the fixed rate regime. Okay? So earlier it was like something where there is foreign exchange. There is one scheme I just missed. It was came in 1993, March 1993. So Forex rate was get decided by the RBI itself. Okay? So we have some sort of closed norms and all, but we LERMS, okay? LERMS 1993. Okay? It is March 1993. Okay? So where RBI come up with this particular scheme, liberalized exchange rate management system, we come up with this particular scheme. With this particular one, nowadays the exchange rate get decided on the basis of market factors. Market factors means demand and supply, right? So shift to market determined exchange rate system, replacing the fixed rate regime, rupee convertibility for current account transaction, and replacement of FERA to with FEMA to modernize the regulatory framework, development of new market instruments like rupee foreign currency swap, currency options, and the hedge tools. Authorized dealers were allowed to trade, borrow, and invest overseas under the certain regulations. Authorized dealers are basically, these are the institutions. Mostly they are banked again. So, like any party who is dealing in the sale and purchase of forex currency, they have to take prior license from RBI, and that license, the license given by RBI is generally known as authorized dealers. Okay? So we have different categories like authorized dealers. One, they have maximum right to deal with current as well as capital account transaction. Then we have authorized dealer 2 and authorized dealer 3. Mostly authorized dealer 3, which include the DFIs like Exim, SIDBI and all them. And we also have FFMCs, full-fledged money changes. While we come to the forex market wala unit, we'll definitely discuss all these things. Bank gain permission to set interest rate on non-resident deposit, NRI deposit, derivative for risk management, and manage position gap limit with RBI approvals also. Exporters, FIIs, NRIs, and Indian investor abroad were allowed to engage in forex transaction, including derivatives and forward contracts, subject to condition and underlying exposures. And one major reforms was your LRS scheme, liberalized remittance scheme आपका, which was also part of this particular one. Capital market reforms. So for this one, we have SEBI Act 1992, and this is also like, this is, we can categorize as second largest financial market in India after banking system, right? So capital market reforms aim to liberalize the, regulate and expand the capital market. So establishment of SEBI 1992 as capital market regulators, improving regulatory effectiveness and limiting speculations. Open of market to FIIs, instrument like ADR, American Depository Receipt, Global Depository Receipt, and foreign currency convertible bonds, and exchange आपका ECBs, external commercial borrowings. Enable access to global capital. Focus on enhancing competitiveness, reducing information asymmetry, building technological infrastructure, and minimizing transaction cost and all. Reducing attracted increased portfolio investment. Additional initiatives include the creation of credit rating agencies, rise of mutual funds, merchant banking, IPO gradings, rolling settlements, electronic tradings, and shift from commission-based to fee-based mutual fund system, along with introduction of margin trading. So these were some major reforms. So once we'll come to the module D, capital market, stock exchanges, these all things we are going to discuss in detail, right? Chalo. Next one, economic reforms in India. So now this is the final chapter of the. So basically this is an overview how this Indian economy got evolved during that particular period. So we'll quickly summarize this one and then we'll practice the set of questions. So India's economic reforms were driven by deep rooted crisis that is culminated in early 90s. Jagdish Bhagwati categorized the long-standing issues into excessive bureaucratic control, means we have so many rules and regulations. Prior to this new economic reforms or LPG model, there were so many rules, regulations. Bureaucracy is something where we have so many guidelines, or the system which is run by the rules and regulations. Over production, investment and trade. Inward focus trade and investment, as I told you about that FERA Act. So it was completely aligned with the inward focus trade and investment. We have some sort of conservative policies around that particular one. Insufficient public sector enterprises. They also question the public sector, the management of overall public sector enterprises. There was so many lack due to the low competition or due to some sort of monopoly in the system, or that government ownership things, that generally they also criticize that particular one. All right. So with this particular one, these policies weaken the economy resilience, and by 90s, even a modest oil stock, even a oil shock due to Iraq invasion of Kuwait triggered a major economic crisis. So we face these many problems. Major causes of the 1990s economic crisis. One is higher fiscal deficit. Fiscal deficit is something where we have huge debt on the economy, right? Your income is very limited, your expenditures are very high. So fiscal deficit rose to 5.1% of GDP in the early 90s, 80s to 8.4% in 1991. This is one of the highest one. Okay? So this is the one. So debt was domestic debt grow to 50% of GDP, leading to a debt serving burden. Then the other problem, adverse balance payment. Adverse balance of payment means where your payables are greater than your receivables. Okay? Balance of payment is basically how Indian economy is interacting with others. Okay? That imports and exports, right? So your credit amount is lesser than your debit amount. Debit amount means while you are importing things, that means your money will go out. That means you have to make more payments in term of dollars or any other currency. You have very less export from the economy. That means you are going to receive very less amount. So that gap was very huge during that particular period. That is also known as, like, we have current account, capital account. So I hope so many times you heard about the CAD. So current account deficit, right? So current account deficit rose to 1.3% to 3.69% during this period. Decline in remittances during Gulf crisis and loss of foreign investors' confidence worsened the crisis. External debt increased to 12% to 23% of GDP, and Forex reserve fall to just 1.2 billion US dollar. So with this, you cannot do trade for 1 week even, right? Today it is more than 700 billion US dollar. That time it was only 1.2 billion US dollar. And if we do one big deal for the crude oil or anything else, it will wipe out, right? So that was the issue. India faced a potential sovereign default also. So we were about to default during that period. So high inflation averaged 6.4% to 11.3% in 1990-91, which is highest in India ever. During 2012-13, it was around 10.8%, but this is something which is highest. Cause included fiscal deficit, increased money supply, and poor agriculture productivity. So aftermath and reforms. Okay, so after learning from these particular one, we come up with LPG. In response to this crisis, India launched major economic reforms starting July 23, 1991. These reforms included LPG, liberalization, privatization, globalization, covering sectors like industry, trade, investment, and agriculture. The 1990s reforms were broader and deeper than those in 1980s, leading to improved per capita income and economic growth. So that is something which is generally part of this. Okay? So basically, when it comes to the macroeconomics, we made some reforms in fiscal policy, tax reforms, and balance of payment reforms, monetary policy, inflation control, structural reforms, which include industrial policy, infrastructure reforms, agriculture reforms, and financial sector reforms. So these were generally part of this one. So this is all about. Now let's have a summary. Quickly summarize this particular one. Very important unit because you'll have so many new things from this one. So economic reforms focus on expanding private sector participation in India's growth. Since 1980s, India experienced reform influenced by Washington consensus, Washington consensus, which is bring by the World Bank and IMF, and later broader reforms in industry, commerce, and agriculture. When it comes to Washington consensus, it is something about where World Bank, or IMF and all, they had a meeting in Washington DC. So basically they talk about how these developing nations, they should work around their overall globalization or privatization things, or even overall the capital formation, because during that period most of the world developing and underdeveloping nations, they were facing so many issues. So during this particular meeting they come up with some sort of suggestions कि economies, especially developing economies, they should work on these many areas and all. So that is generally known as Washington Consensus. So 1991 reforms were driven by crisis involving low foreign reserve, poor public sector reforms, high debt and inflation, and IMF World Bank conditions. Then we have green revolution and industrial modernization helped Indian transition to fast growing economy. Even today itself, we have a huge dependency on agriculture. 1991 reforms which come up with the LPG models. Banking reforms aim to make the financial system more efficient and stable. Currency reforms include shifting from fixed rate to floating आपका or market base. Increased foreign investment show confidence in Indian economy and reforms efforts, right? So this is all about your आपका unit number 7. Foreign trade policy, foreign investment and economic development. So you can expect at least 2 marks question on an average. This entire unit is generally divided among 3 parts. First one is foreign trade policy, which is generally decided by the which is also called EXIM policy, export import policy, and it is something where which get decided by DGFT, Directorate General of Foreign Trade, and it is all about how we generally building relations with other countries. So trade tariffs, embargoes, everything which is generally part of this one. And the latest EXIM policy or foreign trade policy is 2023. Now, if you see your curriculum, they have added, earlier we used to have that 5 years, 15 to 21. So they have to include that particular one, but that is irrelevant now. 2023, there is very minor chances, but I'll give you a brief about that particular one. Second one is foreign investment. When it comes to foreign investment, so it includes 2 major routes. One is foreign direct investment, another one is foreign institutional investment, FIIs and FDIs. Again, one question you can expect based on this particular one also. Sometimes it is around the limits which recently got changed. Like as per union budget, we increase in insurance sector to up to 100%. Or the most of the time for half marks or 1 marks, there is a question around the greenfield, brownfield and joint ventures, right? Then third one is economic growth and development. This year also there was one question around that one. Most of the time the differences between growth and development. Okay? Growth is basically it is quantitative in nature. When it comes to development, it is qualitative in nature. Okay? It has a broader dimension, or we can say the growth is much broader and bigger than the development, right? So these are the areas which we are going to discuss with the help of these one. So foreign trade policy, investments and economic development, structural changes 90s, foreign trade policy 15-20, which get extended till 2023 due to COVID-19. Challenges to be addressed in upcoming foreign trade policy, FDI, FII and recent trend, economic development versus economic growth, importance of development as a dimension. So when it comes to these particular one, so the important areas from this particular one is, first one is this, another one is this, and third question will be around the economic foreign trade policy, right? So we will be covering, first we will be covering all these particular one by one with the core concept, then we will practice a set of questions. So as I said guys, like foreign trade policy, the very first one which we are going to discuss here, that is about the foreign trade policy. So when it comes to foreign trade policy, it is also known as EXIM policy, import export policy. So how we are deciding things about the import and exports, and these things are get decided by the DGFT, Director General of Foreign Trade, which generally work under the Ministry of Commerce and Industry. Please do remember this one. So Directorate General of Foreign Trade, DGFT, and it generally comes under Ministry of Commerce and Industry. So when it comes to facilities for exporters and importers, There are multiple institutions and ministries which generally work here, but especially two organizations. One is DGFT, which generally comes under Ministry of Commerce and Trade, which generally decide the rules and regulations or policies about foreign trade. And the documentation part and the payment and settlement, for that one we have RBI, which generally work under the Ministry of Finance, right? So to govern international trade activities, it aimed to promote export, facilitate imports, and enhance India's overall trade competitiveness. That is the objective of this one. The latest foreign trade policy is 2023, which focus on streamlining procedures, promoting e-commerce exports, and developing a district as an export hub. That was the major idea around this particular one, right? So we'll quickly go through these particular one, though they are not part of your curriculum, but still we'll have one look so we can build some sort of understanding around the foreign trade policy. So key aspect of foreign trade policy, whenever government or DGFT, they announce the foreign trade policy. So it is surrounding these many areas. First, promoting export. This is the end objective. So see, when we increase the exports, so it is directly linked with your BOP, balance of payment, or there is one tool or component of BOP that is known as current account. So mostly our economy is in current account deficit. So to minimize that deficit is, or to come up in the surplus point, that is the agenda behind this one. Okay? So when we generally do export, export means you are going to receive money. That means your account will get credited. While you do import, your account will get debited. Okay? So we want a situation of surplus, and that only can be achieved through the export only, right? If you do more and more export, that means we are going to receive, like there will be demand for rupee, so it will provide strength to rupee, and as well as it will increase your forex reserve also, right? So foreign trade policy provide a various export promotion scheme, incentive and duty remission schemes to encourage businesses to export goods and services. Then facilitating imports. Now we cannot avoid the import portion and all. So there are so many areas where we have uh, we do not have those particular resources, especially in term of technological advancement and all. So we generally import these particular one. We with that particular import, we mobilize our other resources and we create or we prepare final goods and then we export. Like in case of diamond business, or there are so many other businesses also, right? So for these two, we have EXIM also, Export Import Bank, or we have ECGC, the Export Credit Guarantee Corporation, which generally make sure the timely and adequate credit these two institutions to these importers and exporters. So it outlined procedures for importing goods, including duty exemption, remissions, and streamlined process for ease of doing business. Simplifying procedures. Okay, simplifying procedures means it is something or somewhere related to liberalizing. So we want smooth transition of import and export. So like nowadays everything, like we used to have this like whenever you involve in this particular business, so you have to take a code that is called importer exporter code, IEC code it is generally known as. And while you do import and export, you have to file some documents, that is like mostly it is export declaration form for the goods, and for software it is Softex, right? So while you deal with these particular one, we need nowadays everything is aligned online. So being an exporter, I can, like let's say if I'm doing some sort of exports, so I can file that particular export online by like through the authorized dealers, category 1 bank and category 2 and 3 banks, and we can easily do it. So like there is a hassle-free trade, basically we can say that, right? So encourage e-commerce exports. So the policy recognizes the potential of e-commerce and provides support for businesses engaged in cross-border e-commerce activities. So we can sell our domestic product to the in the international market. Okay? So that is local to vocal. I hope you remember that one. Okay? Developing district and export hub. Okay? So one district, one product, or there are so many initiatives. So whatever we have at local level or district level, so we can sell those particular product at national and international level, right? So FTP encourages the development of district as export hub, promoting regional development and balanced growth, aligning with the global standards. No end date आपका ठीक है. So there is no end date for 23. So unlike previous 5-year policies, earlier we used to have the 5-year policies or 5-year kind of foreign trade policies. Like the last one was 2015 to 2020, but due to COVID, we extended it till 2023. 2023, we come up with the export policy, which has no end date, right? That means government will keep adding things in that particular one. So unlike previous 5-year policies, FTP 2023 has no expiry date and will be updated as needed to remain dynamic and responsive to changing global trade dynamics and all. So that is generally part of this one. Now let's have a look around the foreign trade policy 2023. Okay? It is not given in your book. There can be one question around these particular elements, but better to understand. This is a general awareness which we all require. Okay? So when it comes to the foreign trade policy 2023, streamlining advance authorization and EPCG, export promotion for capital goods schemes. These schemes provide duty exemption and concession for exporters, and the FTP 2023 focus on simplifying their implementation as well. Mercantilizing trade from India. So FTP enable mercantile trade, allowing businesses to trade goods without physically bring them into India. Take a first one. Collaboration with state governments. Take a policy emphasis the collaboration with state governments to promote exports at district level and foster grassroots trade ecosystem. Take a, expanding benefit to e-commerce export. So FTP 2023 extend benefit to e-commerce exporters, recognizing the growth of importance in international trade. Town of export excellence. The policy identified new town of export excellence (TTEs), further promoting exports at the local level. Right. So district and even under district we have town of export excellence. TEES, that is generally known as. So these are some key areas which are generally part of your foreign trade policy 2023, and it does not have any end date. So governments, as per the changing environments or whatever it is required, again, so nowadays we are living in a very dynamic era, so where relation with other countries that frequently changing due to this these war situations and all. So accordingly, we have to make some sort of changes in our policies also, right? So that's why we do not have any end date for this one. So this is something which is a basic introduction around your foreign trade policy 2023. Now, this is not part of your curriculum, but this is something which everybody should know. Okay. Now, what is part of your curriculum that we are going to discuss? So we will be starting with your route of FDI. So FDI, foreign direct investment. Though we have one dedicated unit for foreign investment. So this is here in this particular unit, they have given a basic introduction around the FDI and FI. So basically, foreigners, like if any foreigner who want to invest in our country, so they have two major this foreign investment again. So foreign investment in our country can be routed through two major areas. One is आपका FDI, foreign direct investment. Another one is FII, foreign institutional investments. Okay? So basically, when it comes to that investment comes through the FDI route, it generally comes in the form of a capital investment. Okay? This is something which can be categorized as long term, and here it is आपका usually short term. Okay? Short term means basically these investors, they regularly churn their portfolios from one security to another, and whenever they feel some sort of safety lag or some sort of down let's say if there is a downgrade about the economy, they generally withdraw their money easily, right? So here they are investing in capital goods or capital things. So they are generally building the capacity. So they are investing, they are coming to India, and they are taking a direct ownership. Direct ownership means they do have that decision making rights about the company, what to produce, how to produce, whom to produce, everything. In this case, they do not have direct ownership, they have indirect ownership. Decisions are generally made by the Indian companies, but they have stake in the ownership, right? If company will grow, their share prices will also grow. If company will fall, their share prices will also come down. So that is something directly linked with this one, right? So if it comes to FDI, there are multiple regulators like we have different ministries, sectorial limits, and RBI guidelines and all. Here we have this market is primarily regulated by SEBI itself, right? So in case of FDI, the provision is if it is a listed company, okay? Unlisted company, foreigners, foreign shareholders, or foreign owners, they can have any sort of percentage, like ownership percentage. But if it is a listed company, in case of listed company, their ownership should be greater than equal to 10% in case of foreign investors if it is a listed company on fully diluted basis. In case of FII, the maximum ownership can be less than equal to 10%. So these are the provisions, but they are not part of your curriculum. Once you will come to the CIB examination, definitely you have to go through these particular one, right? Now, this FDI investment can be made by the foreign investors by two route. One is the first one is automatic route, where bill is already passed by in our parliament. So we have some sectorial limits. So if that investment is within limit, so we do not need any further approval or prior approval from RBI. But the another one is government route. So here in this particular case, basically while these foreign investors, when they are investing their money, so they need a prior approval from RBI or Government of India, right? Sometime you'll see, like in case of any business, let's say in case of defense. In case of defense manufacturing, the limit is 74%. The FDI limit is आपका 74%. So now the 74% is something divided like in two ways. So 49% automatic route, automatic route, and if they want to increase this to 74%, so they have to take prior approval from Government of India. That is the one thing. So this is something कि whatever is their existing limit, if they want to go beyond that particular one, so they have to they can only increase after taking a prior approval from Government of India or the ministry or the RBI itself, right? So automatic route FDI is permitted without prior approvals from the government or RBI in specified sectors under the consolidated FDI policy, sectors like white label ATMs, single brand retails, and others. So the Indian firms must report FDI and issue a shares to RBI following a two-stage processes, reporting to a regional RBI office within 30 days of receiving shares application money and submitting documentations after issuing shares to non-resident investors with the help by routing through the authorized dealers category 1 bank. When it comes to government route, let's say earlier Mr. X as an NRI or investor, a foreign investor, they acquired 49% in this defense manufacturing company. Now they want to increase this particular one to 74%. So this is the prior case. For the another this increments, they need to take prior approval from Government of India. So foreign investment in activities not covered by the automatic route required prior government permissions. Proposals are received by the relevant ministry or departments, with those exceeding 5,000 crores needing clearance from the Cabinet Committee on Economic Affairs, which is a group of which is a committee which is led by we have members from RBI, we have from ECGC, we have from EXIM, we have from related ministries and all, right? If the project is more than 5,000 crore, please do remember this point. This is very important one. So FDI from Pakistan is also under this particular route. So because they need prior approval before making some sort of investment in our country, right? So this is something very basic one. So many times I hope you guys are aware about this particular one, but there are few pointers which you have to remember. Like sometimes examiner, they generally deep dive these particular points and they do ask questions around this one. The another point is you do not have to remember the entire limits. Like what is the FDI limits in this sector and all. Since May 2023, that was the very first time when they asked when they included this IE&IFS paper, right? So till that time to today, there is no question around the FDI limit. Sometimes they ask limit around the latest changes. Okay? So during the budget 2025-26, government they generally propose आपका FDI limit for insurance sector to be raised from 74 to 100%. Now these kind of reforms or changes that you have to remember. Take nothing else. All right. So this is आपका. Now there are some sectors where FDI is not allowed. This is something very, very important one. I hope most of people are aware about this one, but please do remember. So there are some sectors or there are some businesses where FDI or foreign investor, they cannot make any sort of direct investment. So what, this is the list up again. So in FDI in India prohibited and not allowed to function the following sector. First one is lottery business, which include government and private lotteries, online lotteries, gambling, betting, as well as a casinos business, chit fund companies. Chit funds, I hope you're aware about the Sarda, Sahara, these are the scammers. They generally scam India in multiple ways. So this is something where people or companies, they are raising funds and they are deploying that particular funds in some different product. Like what Sahara and Sarda did, they generally raise funds through the chit funds and they landed that particular amounts in real estate business. When that real estate got failed, they basically like there was a default in payments from these particular companies. Usually they offer a higher rate of interest to attract the more and more investment, but it is very risky, right? So this is completely prohibited. The another one is Nidhi companies. When it comes to Nidhi companies, it is like a committee. It is a committee of companies, right? So Nidhi companies is like, let's say there are few companies आपका, company A, company B, company C, D, E. They generally come together and they created some corpus, and the guidelines is they have to register themselves and they cannot lend beyond that group. Okay? So let's say A, B, C, D are part of this particular one, so they can give that amount to any member of this group only. They cannot lend beyond that or apart from the group members and all. Okay? So that is generally known as Nidhi companies. Okay? So it's a group of companies basically. Trading in transferable development right, TDRs, it is something related to real estate properties where basically there are some real estate, like let's say TDR is something, if you do not want to buy that physical asset or physical property, what you can do, you can buy the TDRs with small amounts. So along with that value, as there will be appreciation happen in the value of that land, so your TDR value will also increase. So that is also prohibited for foreign investors. Real estate business is also restricted. Construction of farmhouses. Real estate business does not include development of township, construction of residential and commercial premises, a road or bridge. We have manufacturing of cigar, cheroots, ciggy rolls, cigarettes, or tobacco or tobacco substitute. Activities or sectors not open to private sector like atomic energy, railways operations, other than permitted activities. So these are prohibited areas where foreign investor they cannot make money, right? Or they cannot take ownership, or they cannot invest by using any route, direct or indirect route. Indirect means government approval route, right? So this is the prohibited area. Something important. Sometimes you'll see statement-based question around this particular one. Like they can give you one question, which of the following statement is incorrect about the foreign investments in India by FDI or through FDI route. So there can be one statement around this or some other statement related to FDI itself. The good thing with FDI is basically along with the capital, first of all, that capital we generally get for long-term period. Another one is along with that capital, we also get technology, we also get management style and other thing also, right? So that is the one. We learn like eventually if they are coming up, let's say in near future, let's say Tesla, who established one branch in India, manufacturing plant in it. So we will learn, as obviously Indians are going to work with that particular one organization. So we will learn some sort of new technologies and how they generally manage things and all. So that is something, some additional benefits which are generally linked with the foreign direct investment, right? FYI, The another one is foreign institutional investments. Foreign institutional investment. So this is something which can be temporary, right? So they do have a major role in Indian stock market, and they generally invest in. These are the investors who generally invest in emerging nations, emerging economies where they have a high growth rate or high interest rate and all, and they frequently shift from one nation to another if they found any sort of decline in the economy itself. So basically they are investing in listed securities in terms of mutual fund, bonds, stocks or other areas, right? So if I refer for short-term capital invested in stock or hedge funds, it generally volatile. Volatile means it can frequently change, or investor they can move out from one nation to another, and possibility of capital flight is always there in case of economic slump, political turmoil, or herd behavior of short-term capital outflow. FII are companies based outside India that offer investment proposal in India, portfolio investment programs, that is known as FIP, foreign institutional investors, non-resident Indians, and person of Indian origin to invest in India's primary and secondary capital market. Under this arrangement, FIIs and NRIs can acquire shares, debenture of Indian companies through Indian stock exchanges. They are registered as FII with SEBI, Securities and Exchange Board of India, and play an essential part of India's or country's capital market performance. Okay, so that is something which generally comes under this one. Very, very important one, very basic one. They have defined things in very limited way because we do have one dedicated units around the foreign investment, right? So now one another thing which we miss with the FDI things, that is form of FDI. Okay? This get asked so many times. So this is means it is a 2-star. Okay, I'll give you 3-star. Okay, so 100%, like the ratio is like 90% time you'll see the questions. I'm talking around shift wise. Shift 1, there was a question around the brown field. Shift 3, there was a question around the green field. Even in the recent one, every time we'll see one question around these particular one. So when FDI, foreign investor, they make investment in our economy, their investment can be 3 types. I'll show you one case study around this particular one also. So first one is greenfield FDI. So where they are starting from the scratch, they are coming with their capital and technology, and they are building they are building that manufacturing plant. Then they are starting their operation in the country. The another one is brownfield, where basically what they are doing. Let's say there is one already existing company. They generally take over that particular company, they renovate, and then they start. The third one is joint ventures, where basically what they do, they generally make some sort of tie-up with some Indian company, already existing Indian company, and they jointly manufacture goods or provide services in the country, right? So very small part and very, very important one. So it is a short-term investments which a parent corporation establishes a subsidiary in the destination country. It built operation from scratch. McDonald's, Hyundai India, Pepsi are the examples of this particular one. Okay, so let's say they come up in India and they build the manufacturing plant, and then they start their operations and all. So they are doing everything from the scratch. Okay. The another one is आपका brownfield investment in which multiple multinational corporation buy stock in already established firm in the host country or in India. Like we have Daiichi, we have of Japan, which generally acquired the Ranbaxy, okay, Ranbaxy pharmaceutical company. Then joint ventures आपका, ठीक है, based on the agreements, a foreign company and local company join up to share the investment, technology, profit, and so on. Okay, so like we have so many examples for this one also. We'll practice one case study around this particular one, so you can get a fair idea around that particular one also, right? Now, differences between foreign direct investment and foreign institutional investment. So many times you'll see the question around this particular one. Okay? And the content was very precise in your book itself. So that's why I picked from a book itself, right? So when it comes to FDI, it goes directly into machine or capital investment in the production of goods and services. it has long-term perspective. Okay? So it contribute into GDP of the country by way of production of goods and services. Okay? How they are contributing in GDP? Because they are producing things, and anything which is produced within the boundary, that is part of your GDP, gross development product. Okay? So now it is stable in nature, and there is hardly any threat of capital flight. It depends upon the macroeconomics profile of the host nation and economic and political stability, the age or the life of that particular business or investment. It is different type of like greenfield, we have brownfield, and we have joint ventures, as we discussed this particular one. Next one, FII. It goes into hedge funds like mutual fund, stocks, portfolio management, short-term equities and securities. It is short term, it has a short term perspective. Okay. FII does not go into production activities but in short term equities and can be recalled by the investors at any time. However, the profit and losses and taxes imposed on such investment like capital gain taxes and all may be added and subtracted from the GDP, country's GDP. Okay. It is generally volatile in nature and threat of capital flight is away. They're in the eventually of economic slowdown or political instability or because of herd behavior of short-term capital. It depends upon the arbitrage and hedging variation across different part of in the world. It also depends upon the capital liberalizations measures adopted by the nations to attract the such capital, like country like India. So like we open this IFSCA where FIIs, they do not have to pay any sort of short-term capital gain on derivative trading. So that rule we come up with to attract more and more investment. So that these kind of things which generally vary from one country to another one. Okay? It also called hot money and take the form of hedge funds. Okay? So basically to protect the portfolios and others, they generally come up with these kind of things. Please quickly go through this one. So one question you can expect based on the differences between FDI and FIIs. Which of the following statement correctly differentiate FDI and FI? These kind of questions, or incorrect about FDI or FIs. So these kind of things you can expect from this particular one. Next one, economic growth and development. So the final subtopic from this particular unit. When it comes to growth versus development, see, economic growth is something which has a narrow dimension or single dimension, and that dimension is output oriented. When it comes to economic growth, we generally measure this particular one with the help of GDP, gross domestic product, based on the output generated by that particular economy. We do not measure the other things or the overall development in education, healthcare, or the other infrastructure, defense, and all. When it comes to economic development, it has a broader dimension, or there are so many tools on the basis of those particular when we generally measure the overall development of that particular company, as the economic growth is just judged through the output, the number of output produced by that economy during that particular period. But when it comes to the development, it is not only quantitative, it is qualitative as well, right? So the life expectancy ratio, the education or the healthcare services, infrastructure, defense services, normal safety and others, they are the parameters on this. How you'll make the differences, both terms seems are similar, but when it comes to GDP, as per GDP, India is fourth largest economy in the world. So as per the latest report, and usually it is fifth largest economy in the world. But when it comes to the your development, so development parameters like SDI, Human Development Index, India is at 130th position or 129th position. So see the difference between these two parameters. Okay? So economic growth, which refer to increase in a country's production of goods and services, often measured by GDP. It is single dimension based, means the only parameter to judge the growth is output generated by that particular economy during the accounting period or financial year. After economic development, on the other hand, a broader concept that encompass improvements in living standard, education, healthcare, and overall well-being of the people of the nation. While economic growth is necessary, a condition for economic development, it is not sufficient on its own. Okay, that is the one. So first, economic growth. So when it comes to economic growth, it focuses on quantitative changes in the economy, such as increase in GDP, per capita income, or the production of goods and services. It is generally measured through the primary measurement that generally happen through the GDP, per capita income, and industrial productions. A country experiencing high growth in its manufacturing sector, leading to an increase in GDP, is experiencing economic growth like India. India got tagged from the multinational institution, one of the most emerging nation. So that emergence with the help of growth itself. Okay, so we are expecting a growth of 6.5% to 7%. That means like this is highest in the world, right? If you compare with the developing nations like China and other. So we do have this highest growth rate. That means our output is increasing. The overall manufacturing or the overall production of final goods and services which generally getting increased. GDP means total production or the money value of all the final goods and services produced within the geographical boundary during a financial year. That is your aapka GDP. So that is, we are, when it comes to the growth, it is all about the final goods and services production. The another part is economic developments. When it comes to development, is it focus on both quantitative as well as qualitative. How what is the overall development of human beings, those who are living in that country, what services they are getting, what education, healthcare, infrastructure, defense facilities they are getting, right? So qualitative improvements in countries' overall well-beings, including social, economic, and environmental aspect. It is measured by life expectancy, literacy rate, poverty rate, income inequality, or access to healthcare and education. So the major parameters is aapka SDI. I hope you guys are aware about this, Human Development Index, right? So a country not only experiencing economic growth, but also investing in education, healthcare, infrastructure to improve the living standard of citizen is undergoing economic development. Okay? Now growth versus development. So this is the chart aapka, which will help you, and very, very important one. Again, 2-star. So you can expect one question. Most of the time, I have experienced question around this one. So economic growth and this is development. So economic growth, which refer to increment in the amount of goods and services produced in an economy. Economic growth means an increase in real national income and national output. When it comes to development, it refers to a reduction and elimination of poverty, unemployment, and inequality with the context of growing economy. Development means improvements in the quality of life and living standards like literacy, life expectancy, healthcare, infrastructure, and others. Hope this is clear to everyone. So apart from this, growth versus development. So economic growth focus on production of goods and services. Growth is a single dimensional in nature. It only focus on income or the output of the economy itself. So economic growth is prescribed and prerequisite of economic development. It is the subset of the economic development. Take a subsystem of the economic development. GNI, GDP, per capita income are the major tool. Economic growth only look at the quantitative aspect. It bring quantitative changes in the economy. It refer to increase in the production. Economic growth relatively narrow concept. Economic growth is more relevant metrics for assessing progress in developed countries. So it is, please do remember the statement number 10. Because see, when any country receive the developed tech from World Bank, so their output is automatically get decrease. because they do not have areas to invest. Okay? They have already done with their healthcare infrastructure, education and all. So that means there is least expenditure in those areas. That means their output will less. Output will less. Obviously, they'll face the development challenges. Countries like, if you see the growth rate of US, Japan, Russia, these are the developed nations. So you'll see 1%, 1.2%, or sometimes they enter into the recession like UK and all. So that is the major challenge. Overall development is fine, but growth wise they are challenging, right? They generally at that stage they generally work around the intellectual properties and all. Okay, that is something, or the technological advancement and all. That is the core for them. Okay, or the research areas and all. When it comes to the developments, okay, it focus on distribution of resources. Economic development is multidimensional in nature, focus on both income and improvement of living standards, quantitative as well as qualitative. It comes after economic growth, positive impact of economic growth. Okay. So we have human development index, human poverty index, Gini coefficient. We have gender development index, balance of trade, physical quality of life index. Okay, so these are the major indices worldwide which is generally used to measure the economic developments. Economic development bring qualitative and quantitative changes. It refer to increase in productivity. It is broader concept than economic development. Okay. Then we have sorry, it is a broader concept, economic development, again, compared to economic growth, more relevant to measure progress and quality of life in developing countries. Okay? So this is the differences between these two, and for sure guys you will face one question around this particular one. Okay? Maximum time. Okay? And they do have that options to ask, because they itself have defined the 10 points. So they can ask you like for half marks, 1 marks or 2 marks question based on this particular differentiation. Understood? Chalo, let's move forward. Now time for the summary itself. Okay? So summary, when it comes to the summary, so let's have a quick look. So foreign trade policy refer to economic policy or export-import policy that government and economy import-export thing. 1991, prior to 1991, the economy was protected by high tariffs and taxes. Foreign investment was not permitted in India, in addition to significant quantitative restrictions. Okay? So in 1991, we come up with the LPG or new economic reforms. So we come up with liberalization and globalization. These were the two major tools which generally start attracting the foreign investment or allowing the foreign investment. So Make in India initiative, foreign trade policy 25-2020 provide a framework for promoting goods and services exports as well as employment generation and value additions. Foreign trade policy aimed increase mercantile and service export to 465 billion US dollar in 2013-14 to after 900 billion dollar 1920. This is not, now this become irrelevant because this is very old data till here also. So 15-20 include new two new scheme. One is mercantile export from India scheme, and mercantile. Please do remember this statement 5. So 15-20 included two new scheme. One is mercantile export from India scheme, MEIS, for exporting defined product to designated destinations, and service export from India schemes, SEIS, for promoting export of designated services. FDI is a key engine of economic growth, assisting in maintaining high growth rate, enhancing productivity and generate employments. FDI entered the domestic economy through आपका automatic route and आपका government approval route. Okay, these are the two routes. Apart from this, okay, this we have discussed. FDI permit through the automatic route without prior approval from government of India or RBI, and in all activities sectors specified by the government of India, consolidated FDI policy as amended from time to time through the union budget and all. Foreign investment in activities not covered by the automatic route required prior approval from a prior government permissions. FDI from Pakistan is also placed under this particular one. There are three type of FDI: greenfield, where the foreign investor, they are investing from the scratch, they are establishing some sort of subsidiary business in India. Brownfield, they are where they are acquiring some shares or stock or partnership in some country, or they are acquiring some Indian company. Okay. Joint ventures, they are where Indian company and foreign company, they are jointly starting some new business. Okay. Foreign institutional investors, FII, companies based outside India that offer investment proposal in India. FII refer to short-term capital invested in stock or hedge funds. It is generally volatile possibility of capital flight is always there in case of economic slump. Economic development is a wider concept than the economic growth. To assess economic development, qualitative indicators like SDI or HPI and infant mortality literacy rate are we generally use these particular ones. So this is all about your summary portion for this particular topic. International Economic Organization, right? So when it comes to international organization, economic organization, we have World Bank, IMF, and some other institutions like WTO and some regional organizations and groups, right? So if you talk about this particular unit, basically you guys can expect max to max 2 marks question, and most of the time the question is around the differences between World Bank and IMF, or sometime it is around the WTO, World Trade Organization, and sometime they'll ask you some basic facts around these regional economic cooperation. So where we have G20, G8, G7, SAARC, ASEAN, OPEC, and others, these are generally part of this particular one, right? I hope you guys are watching these particular session on regular basis, and if you are facing any challenges, if you do have some sort of feedbacks and all, please do share with those particular one. So you can ping me on app, or you can share on WhatsApp itself. Okay? So I'll definitely work on those particular areas and will implement those particular thing in the upcoming session for sure, right? So let's start the discussion with the economic international economic organization. So as you can see, it is clearly mentioned IMF versus World Bank, WTO, regional economic cooperation, recent international economic issues. So these are some areas which are generally part of this one. Okay? So mostly this unit is static in nature. You do have to remember the functions or the uses or the key working areas of these particular one. So when it comes to IMF and World Bank, IMF which generally provide support or financial support or assistance for to support the balance of payments of economies. When it comes, their loan are usually medium to short term. When it comes to World Bank, their loans are usually for the development purposes, and they generally support the developing and underdeveloped nations, and their loans tenures or their grants are usually for long term period, right? So we will start our today's discussion with IMF, International Monetary Funds, one of the biggest financial institution in the world. So IMF, as you can see, the core objective, international monetary cooperations, to eliminate exchange control, to promote investment of capital backwards and underdeveloped countries. Then we have to ensure stability in Forex and promote international trade, and to eliminate or reduce disequilibrium in balance of payments and all. So these are some core areas where basically IMF that generally worked. It was established in 1945 itself, both the organization and IMF as well as World Bank. They are basically outcome of the Bretton Woods system or conference, right? A Bretton Woods conference. And both institutions, they are having their headquarters in Washington DC. IMF at present we have 191 members, and World Bank it is 189 members, right? So the formation of IMF was initiated in 1944 at the Bretton Woods Conference. IMF came into force on 17th of December 1945, and today international organization consists 191 members at present. Headquarter is located in Washington DC, and it focuses on fostering global monetary cooperation, securing financial stability, facilitating and promoting international trade, employment, economic growth around the world. The IMF is a specialized agency of United Nations itself, right? So now when it comes to IMF, there is one thing which is very, very important for this from this particular organization, that is the asset system, or which is known as SDR, special drawing right, that get asked so many times when they ask question around which of the following statement is correct or incorrect about SDR or about the IMF. They'll definitely include that SDR point in your examination, right? So let's talk about the SDR system. So it is a basically asset-based reserve system. It is not a currency, but it is asset-based reserve system. Basically, member nations, they generally maintain some reserve with the IMF, and those reserve are classified in term of SDR. So India, which generally comes under the top 10, and US, which has maximum reserve with IMF. And based on this, we decide the quota itself. Okay. So whenever we make or we grant or we give loan to any country, so your voting right is decided on the basis of your reserve system with IMF, or your total SDR holdings with IMF. SDR is also part of your Forex reserve. Okay, so for like, let's say when we calculate our Forex reserve, so we do include SDR in that particular one, right? So it is a combination of 5 currencies and their weightage, maximum, minimum, that also get asked so many times. So maximum weightage that generally belongs to US dollar, and minimum, the newly added currency is Chinese yuan or renminbi. So SDR, an international reserve asset created by IMF to supplement official reserve of the member countries. The SDR is not a currency, it is clearly mentioned here. It is a potential claim on the freely usable currencies of IMF members, such as such SDR can provide a country with liquidity itself. Okay? So when it comes to the like we have reviews on SDR basket. So as present, we have 5 currencies, and the latest review on this particular one happened on 2022. The next one is scheduled for 2027, right? So as per this particular one, we have like these 5 currencies. US dollar, please do remember this one. So many times there is a half marks question which is not part of SDR basket and all. So US dollar with maximum weightage आपका 43.38, euro which is 29, second most, 29.31, Chinese renminbi, which get included in this particular basket in 2015 and has 12.28%, Japanese yen 7.59, and pound sterling, it is 7.44, right? So this is something which you have to remember. These the name of these 5 currencies and the maximum weightage or the newly added one. So this is the content which you have to remember from this particular one, right? So the another institution is World Bank. We'll come to the differences. So we'll talk around the loans in other areas also. So World Bank at present, it has 189 members countries. World Bank Group, where we have 5 branches kind of, or 5 groups, is a unique global partnership. 5 institutions working for the sustainable solution that reduce poverty, build shared responsibility in developing countries. World Bank Group work with country governments, the private sector, civil society organizations, regional development banks, think tanks, and other international institutions on issues like climate change, conflict, and food security, to education, agriculture, finance, and trade. So these are some core areas of World Bank functioning and all. This is something, this get asked so many times. Okay, this was part of my 2023 October examination also, but the question was incorrect. Okay, so we got some sort of grace marks for that particular one. There was a question ki which of the following is like India is not part of which of the following groups, but India is not part of SID, but they have this was not an option. Okay, that was a glitch with that particular question. So when it comes to international bank, we have 5 groups of World Bank. The first one is IBRD, which is known as International Bank for Reconstruction and Developments. So it provides loan for middle income countries and credit-worthy developing nations. Then we have International Development Association offer concessional loan, credit and grant to world poorest countries. International Finance Corporation IFC focus on private sector developments in developing countries. Multilateral Investment Guarantee Agency MIGA so promote foreign direct investment in developing countries for by providing political risk insurance. And ICSID, which is International Center for Settlement of Investment Dispute, provide a forum for resolving investment dispute between government and foreign investors. So basically, World Bank is, these are kind of a branches of World Bank. World Bank itself, which include all these particular one, take a kind of departments you can say, or the as a whole it become World Bank, right? So one by one, first one IBRD. So it was founded in 1944. These all formed with the World Bank itself. So 1944, soon called as World Bank, it has expanded to a closely associated group of 5 development institutions. Two major accomplishments of the conference were the creation of the international IBRD and IMF. Okay. So provide loan, credit, and grants. The another one is IDA. So IDA, it was founded in 1960. Put a greater emphasis on the poorest countries, part of the steady shift toward the eradication of poverty, becoming the World Bank primary goal. Provide low or no interest loan to low income countries. Basically, it is the loans which are generally provided through the IDA. They are majorly in term of grants. Grants is something which countries they do not have to pay, or it can be conditional also. You just have to pay the principal amount after 10 years, 15 years, or else you do not have to pay the principal or interest on these kind of loan, right? IFC, the major financing of World Bank, which generally happen through the IFC, International Finance Corporation. So with founding IFC in 1956, the institution became able to lend to private companies and financial institutions in developing countries. IFC provide investment advice and asset management to companies and government also. Final one is MIGA. So MIGA was founded in 1988 officially. Ensure lenders and investors against political risk such as war and all things. MIGA insured lenders and investors against political risks. So when it comes to MIGA, it is something kind of an insurance agency which is generally providing coverage to the political risk, political or country risk, due to some sort of uncertainties or some sort of war conditions or political disruptions and all, they generally get covered through this one. ICSID, which was founded in 1966, investment dispute between investors and countries. ICSD settles investment dispute between investor and countries. All those efforts support the World Bank twin goal of ending extreme poverty by 2030 and boosting shared prosperity of the poorest 40% of population in all countries. So this is something which is completely static in nature. So please try to remember this one. I'll not recommend any sort of rectification and all. Just while you go through the practice portion again and again, you will be able to remember these one. Okay? And I'll provide you one compilation of entire module A. So you can, if you wish, you can take the printout and all. Okay? And I'm also working on the book part. So that book I'll also share with all of you with short notes and summary notes, right? So this is something which is very, very important because most of the time the question will be around your differences between IMF and World Bank Group. So when it comes to IMF, it is a single institution. It comprises 5 institutions, World Bank. Oversee the international monetary system. It seeks promote economic development of world poorest countries. Promote exchange rate and monetary stability in its member countries and global. Assist with BOP bailout funds recently they provided bailout to Pakistan. Earlier it was Greece or some other countries also, okay, for short to medium term. Draw its financial resources principally from the quota subscription of its member countries as well. When it comes to World Bank, yeah, assisting developing countries through long-term financing. So basically IMF, which generally provide loan for short to medium term. And when it comes to the World Bank loans, they are generally for long-term period. It encourages private enterprise in developing countries through the affiliate, the IFC. It has insurance and attribution wings, MEGA and ICSID. IBRD and IFC acquire most of their financial resources by borrowing from international bond market. IDA get donations, right? So how World Bank raise funds? In case of IMF, this is something which is a reserve maintained by the countries with IMF. They use that money. But when it comes to the World Bank, they generally raise funds through the bonds. Okay? They generally issue bonds on behalf of member countries at in the international market. Basically, they are providing some sort of guarantee. And this IDA will generally raise funds through the donations and all, right? So the next one is WTO, World Trade Organization, which is one of the biggest institution which generally manage or which generally work toward the overall promotion of international trade. Earlier, it was known as it is called GATT, but later on, 1995, when we officially formed this WTO, it is called World Trade Organization. So January 1st, 1995, it is established. Geneva, Switzerland, where we have headquarters of this one. Again. So reduction of tariff and other barriers to trade, basically to promote the international trade is the major agenda. Headquartered is Geneva, Switzerland. Members, at present, we have 166 members. If you'll watch your book or if you'll study through books, you'll find some data lag because right now we have 191 members of IMF. World Bank is 189, which is true. And IMF, in your book, it is mentioned 164 or something. But presently, we have 166 members of World Bank. Okay? So, earlier, this the World Trade Organization was known as GATT. It was an agreement, basically, which is known as General Agreement on Trade and Tariffs. So, later on, we form one specified institution in the name of World Trade Organization. So WTO since January 1995 and also had been members of WTO foreigners, which is GATT, since 1948. As developing country, India play a significant role in the proceedings of WTO, especially in votings of its own concern and also of the entire developing world as well. Okay. So in Doha WTO conference that would took place in 2001, India emerged as the most outspoken advocates for developing blocs. The meeting was declared a success since delegate of 142 countries agreed on a new round trade talks, including topics such as environment, competition, and investment. So there are so many disputes and activities, trade disputes, or how we can overall increase the international trades and all that. These kind of things will generally get handled through this particular institution, right? So major functions of WTO, again, this is something which is important. So first, administrating WTO trade agreements, that is GATT. Then providing a forum for trade negotiation, handling trade dispute, monitoring national trade policies, technical assistance and training for developing countries, cooperation with other international organizations. So these are some core functions which generally get performed by the WTO. Eventually, the entire idea is around the to facilitate international trade or to promote international trade. And if there are some sort of barriers, to remove those particular barriers and obstacles. That is the end idea behind the WTO, right? So, like we have so many cases and all, which generally solved by the conferences during these particular conferences, but you do not have to remember all these one. Okay? So, like this is just for the reference purpose. It was given in your book itself. Again, So you do not have to remember or recall these particular ones. They are never going to ask any question around this. Then apart from this, we have some regional economic cooperations like institution like BRICS, which is core members are Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. We have G20, we have G7, we have G8, we have Eurozone, we have SARC, we have ASEAN. These are the institutions. The core idea behind all these institutions is to help each others, to share resources with each others. So it is for the betterment of all the members of those particular groups. In your book, they have given some institutions. So we'll going through those particular one again in static in nature, right? So we have European Union. So first November 1993, we found this particular one. It got Nobel Prize also in 2012. This content is 100% aligned with your book, so you do not have to worry about the other things and all, right? So member 28 members, these are the European countries, and like we have these are the member nations, and you do not have to remember all these member nations also, right? The another one is SARC, South Asian Association of Regional Cooperation, 1985, and the headquarters is located in Dhaka, Bangladesh. Sorry, Kathmandu, Nepal. It should be. Kathmandu, Nepal. The meeting was held in Dhaka, Bangladesh, where we formed this particular one. But when it comes to the headquarters, it is located in Kathmandu, Nepal. So member countries, SARC, 8 countries. These are India, Bangladesh, Nepal, Sri Lanka, Maldives, Bhutan, Afghanistan, and Pakistan. Number of observers in SARC, they generally get updated time to time basis, but these are the 9 observer nations. They also get invited while we conduct some sort of meetings and all, right? Then we have ASEAN, Association of Southeast Asian Nations. Jakarta, Indonesia is the headquarters. Founded in on 8th of August 1967. 10 members. We have Indonesia, Philippines, Malaysia, Thailand, Singapore, Brunei, Vietnam, Laos, and we have Cambodia and Myanmar. So this is basically they form a group to help each other, to share the resources and all. So that is the one, right? So like it is something like we have groups now. We have study groups, we have friends groups. So where we are generally share our knowledge, our technology, our resources with each other, so all can grow. So similarly here also these are the groups, and they generally build or they generally meant to develop or support each others, and so that entire region can grow, right? So then we have OPEC, Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries. This is something which has a broader importance. Reason being, they generally maximum oil areas are generally covered by these particular one, and whenever it comes to the oil, whenever they decide the pricing and all, it generally affect world economy, or it has a broader impact, right? So many times there when they come up with some sort of price changes and all, it purely affect the world economies and all. Okay? So headquarters is Vienna, Austria, founded on founded in September 1960. Current members: Algeria, Angola, we have UAE, Venezuela, Saudi Arabia, Republic of Congo, Libya, Nigeria, Kuwait, Iran, Iraq, Gabon, and your Equatorial Guyana was a part of this one. Okay? So when it comes to the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, it is a cartel of or group of 13 countries, right? G7, Group 7, earlier it was known as G8. Then Russia exit from this particular one in 2014. Then it becomes G8, right? So G1997, first when we found this particular one, it was only G7. In 1992 or 98, where Russia joined this particular one, and then in 2014 they exit from this particular one. So again it becomes G7. So Canada, France, Germany, Italy, Japan, UK, and US. These are the member nations. So goal is basically to help resolve global challenges with a particular emphasis on economic difficulties. Headquarters, there is no permanent headquarters. Whoever will be the member nation, that secretariat will be there only, right? So this is G20 when it comes to India is member of G20 only. So this is G20. The all countries are part of the G20. G8, Russia was there, then they exit. So then it becomes G7. So when it comes to G7, so this is your G7. These are the G7 members. G8, it does not have any existence now because Russia exit from the G8 and it becomes G7. And G20, when it comes to G20, we have all these particular members. All right. Chalo. Next one, guys. G20 1999 goal is to bring government developing countries together to address major concerning the major concerns and the global economy and the financial issues. So these are the member nations. G20 membership is made up of the world greatest advanced emerging nations, comprising over two-thirds of the global population and 85% of world GDP and more than 75% of global trade. So that means this is world one of the largest group in terms of GDP contribution or in terms of global trades and all. So these are the country basically which hold 85% of world GDP, 75% of world trades and others. So that's why this is like at international level, if we comes to the importance of the groups or the meetings, this is something which is very, very important one, right? We have OECD, Organization for Economic Cooperation and Developments. Its headquarters is located in Paris, 1961, 36 members. This is the full form. So OECD is Intergovernmental Economic Organization to promote economic advancement and commerce, right? BIMSTEC, so which is Bay of Bengal Initiative for Multi-Sectoral Technical and Economic Groups. So these are the nations which are generally aligned with this Bay of Bengal areas and all, right? So a multilateral regional organization established with aim to accelerate shared growth and cooperation between littoral and adjacent countries in Bay of Bengal region. It has a total 7 members countries, 5 from South Asia, including Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Sri Lanka, and 2 from Southeast countries, including Myanmar and Thailand. It was founded as BIMSTEC in 1997 and with the adoption of the Bangkok Declaration with Bangladesh, India, Sri Lanka and Thailand as member, it became BIMSTEC, right? So this is the basic history of this one. That's it. So completely static one. Again, do not have to go for any sort of rectification. First of all, the another one is practice part is more than enough. Question type, you'll get half marks, 1 marks and 2 marks. If it is 2 marks question, for sure only one question. If it is half marks question, it can be 2-3 questions. If it is 1 marks question, 2 questions, right? So max 2 marks, but it is achievable, right? Because most of the time the question is around the differences between World Bank and IMF. So that differentiation is very important. You will see the exact line. Another one is functions of WTO. That is the another part. Okay? And here is the summary as per your book itself. Okay? So International Economic Organization is that one created by a group of countries to promote economic development, global trade and cooperations. IMF, July 1944. 45 countries that time met in Bretton Woods conference, New York, to agree on a framework for international economic cooperation when 29 countries signed an article of agreement. So initially there was 29 countries part of this one. Okay? India became members on 27th of December 1945. India is a founding members of IMF. Finance Minister of ex officio governors on the board of governors of IMF. So when it comes to the board of governors of IMF, so the member nations finance minister will participate in that particular one, and they are generally part of that particular board as well. The value of SDR is based on a basket of 5 currencies, and these are the 5 currencies: dollar, euro, Chinese renminbi, Japanese yen, and British pound. with maximum weightage from the dollar and out of 100, and the newly or the latest added currency is Chinese renminbi. India is IMF sixth largest quota holding members. India current quota is around 13,114 million US dollar. Sorry, SDR, not dollar. 2.76 percent of quota. With 1,32,603 votes, India has 2.63 percent of voting share. So this is something like whenever, let's say, if we are coming with some agenda, so every member or आपका participate member nations, they generally participate in that particular voting. So if India is agreeing with that particular proposal, that means your vote will count it around 2.63. And if we are disagreeing with that particular one, so your vote will be counted at disagreement side with 2.63. So basically it is around your quota, like how much reserve you hold with IMF, slightly little bit low than you have your voting rights. Like you can see the overall quota is 2.76, the voting right is 2.63, right? The World Bank is largest development banks in the world. It offered financial solution and assistance to nations and all. So we have five groups, World Bank groups. These are International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, IBRD, International Development Association, IDA, International Finance Corporation, IFC, MEGA we have, and we have ICSID. India is not part of ICSID. Okay? Climate change and sustainable development goal. So when it comes to sustainable development goal, climate change which generally comes under the goal number 13. So basically, like you can expect 1 marks question on an average based on this particular one. Very small unit and easily achievable marks, right? So first, let's have a quick look around the content. So climate change and sustainable development goal, SDGs. So we have climate change sustainable development goal elements, core elements of sustainable development. Then we have global issues and initiatives, India's progress report, and CSR activities. So these are the subtopics which are generally part of this particular one. So when it comes to sustainable development goals, we have 17 goals under this particular programs. So it is basically proposed by United Nations. Prior to sustainable development goal, we used to have the Millennium Development Goal. The timing was 2000 to 2015. Now 2015 to 2030, 1st April 2016 to 31st March 2030, we have the sustainable development goal. Basically, these are the burning issues at the international level. So to overcome with these particular one, or to resolve these particular one, or to solve these particular problems, United Nations, they generally come up with this particular one, right? So when it comes to sustainable development goal, we have 16 goal, and 17th one is partnership toward the achievements and attainment of these particular goals. So here we have a list. First one is no poverty or zero poverty. Then we have zero hunger. We have good health and well-beings, goal number 3. Goal number 4, quality education. Gender equality, 7. Clean water and sanitation, 6. Affordable and clean energy, 7. Decent work and economic growth, 8. 9 is industry, innovation and infrastructure. Reduced inequalities. 11th is sustainable cities and communities. 12 is responsible consumption and production. 13th is climate action. 14, life below water, life on land, peace, justice, and strong institutions. And 17 is partnership for the goal. So these are the goal. Now you do not have to remember all these particular list and all. Just do remember this particular one. Climate change. So sometimes they ask question around these. So basically at the international level, these are the major or burning issues which most of economies facing, especially economies those who generally categorize under developing or underdeveloped, right? So like as I said, prior to your sustainable development goal, we used to have millennium development goal. There was 8 goal, 2000 to 2015. So these were the goal. Like first one is around the poverty. Then आपका primary education, promote gender equality, reduce child mortality, improve maternal health, combat HIV, AIDS, malaria, and other disease, ensure environmental sustainability, and develop a partnership, the eighth goal, which is similar to your goal number 17 of this sustainable development goals and all. Okay? So when it comes to the sustainable development goal from India, NITI Aayog is the nodal agency. They generally take care around the overall implementations or aligning policies around these 17 development goals, okay, or SDGs. And even similarly, NITI Aayog, they generally present their report to United Nations also about the progress around these 17 goals. So basically, when it comes to the progress part, like government, they come up with number of schemes, social services scheme or social sector in schemes. So they are aligned with these particular one. Like we have like stand up startup or any PM Swanidhi Yojana or your let's say we have Manrega. So these are something which help to achieve the first goal, आपका poverty elevation. ठीक है? When it comes to, let's say, for climate change or for any other part also, so there are so many schemes which are run by Government of India. So they are aligned toward these particular goals. So we can achieve the overall like targets which are generally part of this one. If it comes to the sustainable development goal, so India's score is 71 as per the latest report. Okay? So and we had some sort of like very good progress in this particular report. Okay? And like NITI Aayog, which also release the state-wise report also. Okay? And as per the latest report of states and UTs, when it comes to the state, so basically it is topped by Uttarakhand with similar set of score sharing with the Tamil Nadu. So Tamil Nadu and Uttarakhand at top, and then we have the other state like Goa, then Himachal Pradesh and all. Okay? So these are the lists. So in this particular session, we will be discussing around all these particular one, right? So this is India's score in 2023-24, and 2020 425 report will get released around the month of your June or July. Okay? So once this report will come, we'll definitely update you. So this is the overall score 2018 when we come up with this sustainable development benchmarking. So 57 was the score. Then 2019-20 it was 60. 2020-21 it is 66, and 2023-24 it is 71. So this is the overall progress of India. And the overall scores which we have achieved out of 100. Okay? The overall marking is 100, and out of 100 we achieve 71 score from this one. And if you talk about the latest sustainable development reports of the state or the internal reports which is conducted, or the research which is conducted by NITI Aayog on different state and UTs. So when it comes to that particular one, so basically we'll come back to this particular one. Okay? So if you can see this particular chart, here we have top 5 state wise. First Uttarakhand. Uttarakhand and Kerala both have the same score almost, 79-79. Then we have Tamil Nadu 78. Then we have Goa. Then we have Goa 77, and we have Himachal Pradesh 70. So Uttarakhand, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Goa, Himachal Pradesh. Bottom line, if it comes to the bottom line, so it include Bihar, the least performing state. Then we have Jharkhand, we have Nagaland. UTs wise, it is basically topped by Chandigarh with 77 score, and least performing is your Lakshadweep, right? Sorry, Ladakh. So these are the one. Now this ratings we have some sort of color coding in this particular one. Okay. So out of 100, we have generally score with different goals. So we have 4 categories. One is aspirant, another one is performer, next one is front runner, and 100 is achiever. So when it comes to India's overall score, we comes in this particular category, which is called front runner, right? So 65 to 99. If it comes to the goal-wise target, this is just for a reference purpose. You do not have to remember all these particular one, right? So, if it comes to no poverty, sustainable development goal 1, so where our score is 72, that means we are front runner in this case. Sustainable development 2, zero hunger. The overall score is 52, sorry, and we are in performance state. And when it comes to goal 3, we good health and well-being 77, performer 4, this. You can see the overall report also, right? So this is the overall performance and introduction of your sustainable development goals. Now few other subtopics which you have to remember from this particular one, and they are very important for your examination purpose. So the another subtopic is corporate social responsibility. So corporate social responsibility, which aimed to like whenever it comes to the CSR things, it is legal in India with some qualification things and all. Okay. But when it comes to the core fundamental of CSR, it is something like nowadays when we study the corporate governance. Okay, so it is like when it comes to the good corporate governance or good governance for any organization. So if you are doing business in some communities or within that state or nations, so you do have some responsibility toward the societies, right? So if you are generating revenues or if you are in profit, so you have to share some portion of your profit and you have to invest that particular one in some constructive areas. Like the overall activities are divided between two parts. One is your आपका environmental activities, another one is social activities. ठीक है? So they can promote education, healthcare, or they can work toward the overall improvements and betterment of environment, right? So this is something like this is like as we are part of a family member. So being an earning person, it is my responsibility to help others also. Similarly, if you are running your business in that community, so that community is your responsibility. So if you are earning profit, you have to invest in those particular areas also, right? So CSR aim to voluntarily integrate economic, social and environmental goals into business operation to benefit employees, consumers, shareholders and communities while promoting long-term growth and sustainability. Legal frameworks in India, it is legalized, and please do remember this part. This is very important one. Okay. So section 135 of Companies Act 2013 provide legal support for CSR in India, aligning with Sustainable Development Goal SDGs, both adopted around the same time. Impact and role: CSR and Sustainable Development Goals share significant potentials for sustainable developments, with CSR efforts contributing to measurable sustainable development goal targets and business playing a key role in facilitating sustainable development goals implementation also, like especially in field of poverty reduction or net zero carbon emission and others. There are so many different areas. In India, companies can now spend more than 2% of their net profit on CSR from last 3 years. So as per this law or section 135 of Companies Act 2013, companies, they have to have spent 2% of their minimum 2% of their net income of last 3 years on CSR activities. That is the mean. With excess amount offset against future CSR obligation. Let's say there is a company who spent 5%. So in the coming years, they can offset that particular money also if they want. So subject to conditions. July 2019, government amended the law removing the criminal offense status to civil offense. So of CSR non-compliance. Now it is generally known as your civil offense. So earlier CSR, when we introduced companies like 2013, so non-compliance of CSR activities was categorized as criminal offense with a imprisonment of 3 years and monetary penalty. But later on, in July 2019, we removed this particular one and we converted this particular one into civil offense. So civil offense means we cannot have any sort of imprisonment and all, though we have some monetary penalties. Okay? 1 crore on company who violating that particular one, and 2 lakh rupees on the board members or those who are responsible for the CSR activities and all, right? So, which previously carried maximum 3-year imprisonment for defaulting officers introduced in 2019. So, in 2020, penalties were set 1 crore for defaulting company and 2 lakh per defaulting officer, replacing the imprisonment also. So the latest development classified CSR non-compliance as civil wrong. It is categorized as civil wrong. Earlier it was criminal offense. Now it is categorized as civil wrong. And if any company who involved in or any company who is defaulting this particular one, they have to make this particular one, right? So now there are few points which are very, very, very important. So first of all, this point this get asked so many times, and this is again very important point, so you have to remember these particular one, and it is called civil wrong now, so please do remember this one also, right? These are the exam points. Definitely you'll see question around these particular one. Now the summary portion. So when it comes to the summary, in 2015, United Nations introduced 17 goals, which is generally known as Sustainable Development Goals, with 169 target to be achieved by 2030. 2030 means your 31st March 2030. The time frame for SDGs are basically to 1st April 2016 to 31st March 2030. Climate change, a key global issue, is addressed under Sustainable Development Goal 13 and is seen as a threat to economic growth and poverty reduction. So now, why climate change actions are seen as a threat for this? See, guys, if we promote net zero carbon emission or these kind of initiative, now obviously uh, it will uh, it will impact the overall output of that particular economy, right? So let's say we are going for the tradition. We are moving away from those traditional methods of production to electronics or other things, right? So obviously it will cost companies as well as it will reduce production for a time being. So that is like even as per World Bank report. So the impact on Indian economy will be around 2.80%. Okay? So if we achieve that net zero carbon emission by 2030, so it will reduce India's GDP by the overall output of India's GDP will come down by 2.8%. So that is the impact. And even also it also hit this the other portions of employability and all. The UN also highlight global concern like child education, democracy. Then we have uh, disarmament, we have human right, gender equality, healthcare, and international laws. India has made significant progress in achieving sustainable development goal set by United Nations. The Indian government actively support 2030 agenda through the flagship programs like Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, Make in India, Skill India, Digital India, and all. At COP 2026, at COP 2000, COP 26 in 2021, India committed a Sustainable Development Goal 13 by pledging net zero carbon by 2030. This is very important here. India also launched One Sun, One World, and One Grid initiative to distribute solar energy where it's must needed. This is again very important. Corporate social responsibility, encouraging businesses to adopt sustainable practices that benefit the environment, society, employees, and stakeholders. Okay, that's it. There are some datas also, but they, like, most of the data are irrelevant if you'll open your book, because they are from for 2020, 21 and all. They are not going to ask that particular one. And in your book itself, they have given a Sustainable Development Goal Report 2020-21 only. Again, irrelevant. The latest numbers are important. Okay? So please do remember those particular one, right? So this is all about the Sustainable Development Goal, and you will get 1 mark. Indian economy are facing, or challenges which are generally faced by Indian economy. So it include unemployment, high unemployment rate, high poverty rate, infrastructure related challenges, healthcare, education. So there are so many problems, right? So this unit, they have given a brief around these particular one. They have given some references to the schemes and all. And so we have to stick to the course content which is given part of your book itself. So we can score good marks in this one. So you can expect heart to heart half marks to 1 marks question based on this particular unit, right? So when it comes to unit number 11, it include issue facing Indian economy, poverty, jobless growth. So this is the point which get asked so many times. Like every year I have experienced in last 4-5 sessions. Rising inequalities, migration, then we have possible remedies, and pandemic situation, which is outdated now, right? So these are some areas which are generally part of this particular unit, and it will take hardly 15 to 20 minutes to understand and to secure that 1 marks from this particular unit itself, right? So when it comes to issues or major challenges which are generally faced by Indian economy, so which include primarily we have unemployment or underemployments, which is due to the education, the poor in education facilities, as well as the high population growth and all. Then we have poverty and inequalities, similar, led by both the reasons. Infrastructure deficit, geographically, we contribute a larger portion in the world. So that's why there are so many areas where we do not have proper infrastructure facilities like road, highways, canal, bridge, and others. Deficit financing, fiscal deficit or public debt. So basically, government every year we generally come up with the deficit budget, and this contribution or the portion of deficit is increasing on year basis. Environmental sustainability is another issue. Jobless growth and migration. So these are some core fundamental challenges of Indian economy, right? So when you'll open your book, they have defined these particular one, even all not all these. They have included only poverty and jobless growth and migration. These are the 3 major challenges they generally have addressed in your book itself. Okay, and they have given some references to the government scheme also, so that we are going to discuss in this particular session. So when it comes to poverty, so poverty elevation, so as per the 2011-12 Planning Commission data, 25.70% of rural population and 13.7% of urban population that generally live below poverty line. Poverty line is basically a minimum measure, okay, below which people they cannot survive. Survival means they do not have basic requirements, or they do not have money to fulfill their basic requirements and all. That generally comes under this particular one. We have different committees. So this is the line below which basically the basic requirements like to survive, or that is generally accounted based on the calories and all. So there are lots of people in rural areas. We have higher population and higher poverty rate also. So 25.70% of rural population, they generally live below poverty line, BPL, and 13.7% in urban areas. Please do remember this one. Rural poverty is more served due to poor infrastructure, inadequate food supply, and a weak labor market. Poverty reductions is a key challenge in India's planned economic developments, and there are lots of schemes around these particular one. Poverty alleviation program aim to reduce poverty by ensuring access to food, financial aid, and basic necessities for poor household. All government have continuously work on this goal with increased efforts in recent years, which include these many schemes. So we have integrated rural development programs, IRDP, Jawahar Gram Samriddhi Yojana, Manrega, Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Act, which is regarding the right to employments, 100 days employment basically. National Food Security Mission, National Rural and Urban Livelihood Mission, Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana, financial inclusion, Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Yojana, Prime Minister Street Vendors Atmanirbhar Nidhi, which is called PM Swanidhi, which get introduced during the COVID-19. So now you might having some sort of questions. Hey, do you have to study these particular scheme in detail? My answer is no. They do not have explained the areas or the year of launch or their objectives, target years. Nothing is there. If they'll ask any question around these particular one, for sure they'll ask like which of the following scheme is not related to poverty elevations in India and all, or government of India's initiative and all. So that's it. You just have to remember those particular areas, nothing else, right? So this is something a basic which you have to remember while you prepare for the poverty things. The another one or the most important one is jobless growth. So Indian economy, which is facing this particular one from last many years, when it comes to jobless growth, basically your economy is growing at a faster rate, but your employment growth is very low. Like as you can take an example of live economic scenarios, our economic growth is in between 6 to 7%. But when it comes to the employment growth, it is only 1% to 2%. So that is generally known as jobless growth, right? So your economy is having a very good output, but the due to technological advancement and all, the employability from those capital investment is comparatively low. So that is generally known as jobless growth. So refer to economic growth without corresponding employment growth caused by factors like structural issues, strict labor laws, and reliance on capital intensive industries, means machines and others. So in Indian context, economists describe India's recent growth as jobless growth because employment growth lagged behind the population growth. Census 11 data says labor force growth is 2.23%, exceed employment growth of 1.40% during 2001 2011 in that during that particular decade, while the economy grow at 7%, outpacing employment growth at 1.80%. So your economy is growing by 7%, but your employment is growing by only 1.80%. So that is, or these kind of situations are generally defined as jobless growth, right? I hope this is clear, very simple. The another major issue which generally get highlighted in your book is migration. Migration is basically movement of people from one place to another, and it generally happen for the like let's say if they do not have resources, jobs and others. So people migrate from one place to another. So movement of people to a new location for a better economic opportunities influenced by social, political, cultural and environmental, health and education factors. So complexity of migration linked to environmental changes and worsened by economic, social and political conditions, making it hard to distinguish pure environment include migrations. Okay? So that means like sometime what happened, there are like multiple factors which generally lead to this migration of people from one place to another. It can be environmental due to some sort of natural disasters and all. People they generally move from one place to another, or even they do not have any solid resources, so they can produce things and they can earn things. The other one is occur, which is economic, social, political, war situations and all. So jointly they generally they become the core factors for the migration itself. Impact on humanity. So migration is major consequences on environmental changes driven by environmental pressures. Environmental effects occur in migration, can degrade the destination landscape through overexploitation of natural resources, affecting soil and water conservation. So it is something like if people will move to one place, so obviously they'll consume, or there can be some sort of overexploitation of those particular resources as well, right? They can it can lead to the pollution or carbon emission or some other chemicals or the other things also. Again, so basically that generally destroy the overall environment of that particular city where people just generally migrate. Negative impact: migrant use resources more wastefully than the local. This is a general tendency because basically migrant people, they place these particular places for a time being, so they do not care about the local resources. Okay? So it has been experienced in past itself. So it is observed that migrants, they generally use resources wastefully than the local, acting as significant resource degraders, with research highlighting these determinant effects and all, right? So this is the one, very simple one again. Now the summary one. So with summary itself, you can you do not have to revise and you do not have to study it again and again. With these summary points, they are more than sufficient for this particular unit, right? And we will add practice also. So that practice. India faced complex economic challenges such as weak demand, jobless growth, high COVID impact, chronic unemployment, income inequality, poor human capital, infrastructure issues, over dependence on agriculture, and rising public debt. So these are the core issues which generally faced by Indian economy. According to census or data 2011-12, this we have discussed, 25.7% of rural and 13.7% of urban population live below poverty line. Jobless growth occur when the economy expands without increasing employment due to factors like structural issues, strict labor laws, enhance on capital intensive resources. Very important point. Despite rapid economic growth, India is among most in unequal societies with the rising inequality since 1991 economic reforms. Migration occur due to economic opportunity or environmental changes, often leading to major societal impacts. COVID-19 severely affected livelihood, protection, economic stability, with long-term effects expected to change the post-pandemic economic landscape. The pandemic caused supply chain disruption, reduced workforce participation, and new economic threats due to virus mutations. The RBI estimate that India may take until 34-35 fully recover from the economic losses due to COVID-19. So these 2 points, if you want to ignore, you can ignore these particular points also. Okay, that's it. This is all about the issue facing Indian economy. Very small units, half marks to 1 marks journey, and most of the time that journey can be, or that question can be around the what are the key challenges faced by Indian economy, or that poverty elevation schemes, and the most important is your jobless growth, right? And wish you all the very best for your preparation. Thank you.